grass track in and out of the woods before you get to the grass track. Past the 4, and it'll bring you to some woods. The nice fun trail past the 5 to the 6.
Just past the 6, you're going to be heading out towards the 7. Between the 6 and the open trail, you got some tighter trail. Just past the 7, you guys are going to drop out into the FMF power point. It's the big sand pit if you've rode here before. It's deep, fun, brand new. A lot of fun. The second part of the 8 to the 9. 10-mile mark. 10, 11, 12 miles. It's good mix. Open trail, tight trail. You guys are, that's some of the best in there. Those way there over 13-mile mark. And yes, I did say 13. It's going to be 13.1 miles for you guys. It's had in quite a while. Now, everybody's attention for there's quite a few trails out there. And very much GNCC your machine is not free. Time for you to withdraw for a complete refund of your entry fee. No questions asked. Race fans, due to the nature of GNCC racing, there is no fence barrier around the course. It is your responsibility to keep yourself and your children a safe distance from the course. Never turn your back on oncoming racers, and remember, stay off the racetrack. One other final note, absolutely no drones, ladies and gentlemen. Any unauthorized drones will be confiscated. Thank you for your cooperation. At this time, I'd like to ask this gentleman to make his way right over here for just a second and welcome him out to his first ever GNCC race. A lot of you folks might remember him from outdoor motocross and supercross, and of course we're talking about Andrew Short. Welcome him to the GNCC race station today. Man, I know it's the first time you've ever been here, but I think you're in store for a real treat today, brother.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see what you guys are all about, the enthusiasm, the passion, and you know, I hope you have some fun.
I think we will. Thanks for being here, and welcome to the GNCC Racing Nation. And we ask probably one of the most important things of the day, and that is that Mr. Ricky Tower ask a blessing today.
Thank you, Rodney. And let's go, Lord, and have a prayer together. Heavenly Father, once again, we thank you for bringing us together safely so we can enjoy this sport that we love dearly so much. We just ask you what and enjoy the day. Lord, once again, we a piece of property, men and women in this world, so that we can have such a wonderful future to live in. Continue to watch over our local, all our small communities throughout the United States. Lord, we just thank you for the blessing that you give us. Take us up safely this afternoon so we can get back together again one day. And we thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you would, please stand at attention, remove those caps, and cross those hearts. Our national.
What's so proudly we have. Through the perilous fight,
Welcome to the Moose Racing Wild Boar GNCC, the second round of the 2017 AMSOIL GNCC Racing Series, presented by Maxxis and AMA National Championship. Hello, I'm Mikey Waynes here in the swamps of Palatka, Florida. Now, before we get to the racing action today, we think back to last week where hometown hero Stu Baylor took the checkered flag in South Carolina, but not far behind him was defending champion KAILUB Russell, and then rounding out the box was former Supercross star Ryan Sipes. Now, it was a real barn burner, several different lead changes between our pro riders, so hopefully we'll have some of that same action here this weekend. We'll see if Stu Baylor can carry that momentum into round number 2, or if it's a different guy we're going to see up there on the number 1 spot. Now, down here in Florida, we've got some added elements. This stuff, that fine white Florida sand. It's going to do a number to these bikes, and our pit crews may have some work cut out for them here this weekend. But now let's take it to the starting line with my good friend Rodney Thomas.
Points after that first round of racing for the number 2 Supercross great out of Coastal Racing, Rockstar Husqvarna, and of course America's first ever all IS and Sipes rolling to the line. He was 4th after last week's race. His race debut. He hails from Morganton, North Carolina. JGR Racing Honda, the number 5, Bollinger. Paul Washington. Roll to the line next. On board his KTM. Make that a beta, I'm sorry. '21 from Ohio. On a Honda Prestonsburg Lights Racing Metzler Honda. Vance Francis. Coming up next aboard the 969 from South. Canada, from Canada, Philippe CHAINE. Also, '27 from Malika Hill, New Jersey on the KTM, Wally Palmer. And that, ladies and gentlemen, for the as these riders find their way out of the and we'll have one final warm-up for these set to roll to the wonders of Hog ATV. That's right, the Hog Waller is a great challenge. ATV. $250 second round of GNCC racing, welcoming Donnie Lil D from FMF. As we said, a lot of the dignitaries out with us here at this Wild Boar GNCC. Right now, our closing stages, pre-race warm-up underway. Ready to resume the 2018 third. The anxiety is all beginning to build. Get a little huge success as we are less than 30 seconds away. Shut them down, shut them down. Pretty good. I can tell you are. There's no doubt about that. But I think that we can do a bit better because we're down here to celebrate one of the greatest sports in the world. We're talking about. Are you ready to go? GNCC Racing! 10! C1. And they're off. Russell and the whole show. XCU Pro, 250 Pro coming up. Craig DeLong, Ben Kelly, Jesse Grom, Sam Evans, Zach Hayes, Dylan, Austin Lee, Josh Choate, Ty Tremaine. Look at Brent Harrison Hellman. So Anthony Frederico, Ryder Heacock, Jake Fruman, Damon Rummel, Lane Michael, Tegan Temple. Looking at Mason Osterberg, Tristan Landrum. 10 seconds. Zach Nolan, Clayton Guest. This is what we're looking at. Drew Higgins, he is the National Enduro rider that is here riding for Nick Davis today, riding his bike, taking the whole shot here, looks like. Paul Whibley coming up in the XC3, the FMF XC3 class. Cody Gregg. Dustin. Our Yamaha pilots to welcome back to GNCC. Up next, Stevens, Cash Jacobs, Johnny Money. Was to feel a few little raindrops start to fall. A little bit of shut down. Inside drag race. It's going to be Reimer. Sean Benhart, Ashton Gray, Zachary Toth, Simon Johnson, Cody Lazenby, Nick Cordana, Anthony Tavani, Will Mason, Alex Teagar. 10 seconds. Andrew Gross, Ryan Winston, Josh Farrell, Zachary Nardi, Andre Bowden, Logan Maxwell Randolph, Jonathan Johnson, and Cody Barnes. Turn side by side. 40 line of death. Jeffers, Nick O'Brien, ready to roll in seconds. It's the Open A, Hunter Shelton, Brady Myers, Evan Earls, Connor Smith, Tyler Burton, Jacob Hines, Cole Kirkhoff, Ben Jeremy here, Ryan Quinn, Jesse Mestine, Jamie Lawrence, Landon Lynn, Ted Mullins, Justin Leonard, Brian DeSaul, Marcus Scott Cornell, Ryan McManus, Coop Beggart, also and Leon Fox in 10 seconds. And they're off. Another one of the North. Making Junior. TJ Towering, Nick, Sammy Dorr. And Robbie Renner, some of you folks might recognize him as long time, no doubt. And it's on a Bumpers Motors Honda taking the early lead in this plus class. It's Chris Cutilis, also Eric Engelhart, Shelby Dunson, Larry Sylvia, Jeffrey Odell, Jeremy Dexter, and Todd Gates. 10 seconds. wave of the green flag. The Jeffrey Odell from Bennington, Vermont. Out of the Northeast doing some good things here today. We'll go to the Vet A class. Joe Forrester, Chris Levin, Nicholas Cordona, Jesse Arsenal, Matthew Protola, Graham Mettis, Chris Dunsfree, Dale Rector, Chris Durance, John Beaver, and Rick. As we go, Bolton Barrow, maybe Adam Parker, Jacob Harmon, Nemeth, Zach Dewars, Hunter Hart, Dylan Box, Zach, Colton Brown, and Austin Evans. 10 seconds. Ithaca Recreation Seat Comp. Sweet. Will Buck, Ryan Day, Crutchlow, Joshua Webb, Evan Walker, Corey and Jared Borges. 10 seconds. Joseph Lewis, Travis Berry, Grant Kerfman, Jose Rodriguez, Blaine Kimmery, Matt Modic, Saligia. Yes, 2 big. Starting a little bit of fuse. Kimmery out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Logan, Justin. And they're off. 154. First turn. He drives out of it out the 328 right behind him. Logan's great battle. Staying there. At B class, Larry Hopper, Stephen Young, Sean Morris, David S., Brian Kramer, Esteban Nevada, Justin Bernoskevich, Dustin Rammer. 10 seconds. William Bryan, Jordan Overfield, Carson Meisenheimer, and Scott Dowland. Vet B 30-plus class off and rolling now. The door up. For now, I believe it might have been 369 Kramer out of Schuylkill Haven, Pennsylvania. Open B class. Devin Newkirk, Camp, Grant Layman, Ethan Grieve, Austin Williams, Gregory Grimes, Casey Moore, Daniel Dawson. Jacob Barnes, Craig Oberholzer, Matt Bruffy, Corey Jordan, Levi Kuntz, and Colton Hale. Wow. Getting in 3. Sponsored rider taking the early lead. 140-plus. Robinson, Carlos, Lisa, Joe Ketzler, Kelly Laborde. The 670 KAILUB Boar out of 10 is out wide, and that's going to open the out of Hickory, North Carolina. The rain's starting to fall now, and the race is going to really get interesting now, folks. Stick around. GNCC Live continues after this.
We handle your races, your jumps, and your trails. Isn't it time you give your daily driver the same love? AMSOIL's Signature Series Synthetic Motor Oil delivers 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard. AMSOIL also offers a full family of ATV, UTV lubricants, giving you above and beyond fortification for your weekday and weekend vehicles. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Here he is, Walker Fowler, Grand National Cross Country XC1 Pro Class Champion.
At Rocky Mountain ATVMC, we want to help increase rider participation at your next race, rally, or club event with our free Race Gas program. Join Race Gas, and every rider that signs up for your event or club gets a free $10 gift card to Rocky Mountain ATVMC. It's that simple. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
And welcome back, GNCC Racing Nation. I'm in the booth. This is Mikey Waynes with Tyler Shepardson and Johnny G, Johnny Gallagher, in here with us. Wow, what a start to round number 2. You got Caleb Russell, who took the whole shot right off. He is looking for some redemption out here, if you will, after the second place finish last weekend. He is first off the line there into the FMF PowerPoint. We did want to note, number 5, Trevor Bollinger, was pushing the bike back to the pit right here to start things off. Chain fell off. They've got it fixed. He's back out there, but he's already behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, you know, not a good place to start for Trevor. Obviously coming off a pretty solid finish there in South Carolina just 7 days ago. I believe he ended up 4th there and was charging towards a podium at the end of that race. I'm sure he wanted to continue that momentum and build from there. Unfortunately for him, as you said, chain derailed or broken on that machine, whichever. It was within the first few hundred yards of the race. They were able to push him back. That JCR crew got him repaired quickly. Unfortunately, to have a problem like that, though, the worst time for that to happen is the very beginning of the race, because now he is literally the last rider on the course, or was when he left here, which means he's got hundreds of riders between him and where he wants to be, not to mention the time gap that he's got to make up. But as you mentioned, the one rider not worried about a time gap right now is Caleb Russell, or at least not a gap in front of him. He was quick off the line with that XC1 Whole Shot Award, pocket a couple extra $100 for that, but I'm sure he's not worried about that. What he's really wanting to do is make tracks and get out front. I'm sure he was looking to make dust for the other riders. Well, folks, there's been a development. If you're watching here at home, it's it's gone from a dusty, dry day. They've been calling for this rain for days, all week long, actually, leading up to this event. And as we're watching our live shot here, you can see the rains have arrived. The skies have opened up, and it is pouring rain here in Palatka, Florida. So, guys, you know, as we start this one off, you have to ask yourself, it really does change the dynamic of this race and how things get started. You know, these guys took off, prepped for full dry, their gear, their machines, everything. You know, this was something, although in the forecast, I didn't see anybody on the starting line with umbrellas. None of the riders had roll-offs. All of a sudden, these dark clouds rolled in literally just seconds before they took off. That XC1 line took off. It opened up quickly, and, man, it is really dumping down the rain now, guys.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And this Florida Santa, it gets really deep and really run it out. So it's going to be interesting to see how the track continues to develop throughout the day now that we're getting all this water mixed in with it. As our leaders are coming through the FMF PowerPoint right here, you can see that these ruts are already filling up with water. And this is out in the open. So these roots and the palmetto roots and everything these guys have to deal with just got that much tougher when they're in the woods. It's going to be slick out there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you look at it from the standpoint of how much rain is falling, how quickly here, I mean, everybody's kind of scrambling, trying to get out of the elements. I mean, even I see we've got some of our electrical gear here on the ground that probably needs to be picked up. but water is running into it right now. So if we lose you, that is the reason. We're trying to obviously get everything up off the ground here as we can. But, out on the course, these guys are just trying to, they're trying to keep going. And obviously vision is probably going to be the toughest thing. I've ridden in sand races like this when it was raining before, and that is just quite the struggle, because what happens is you've got this sand that, is seemingly kind of benign, doesn't really hurt anything, but when you mix water with it, it becomes quite sticky, and it starts sticking to everything. Goggle lenses, and then God forbid if you take those goggles off, then it sticks to your eyeballs instead. So I can tell you right now, vision is going to be at a premium. We're going to see these guys. A lot of these guys will be stopping in our VP Fuels Pro Row here at the end of lap 1 for fresh goggles, and I think if you look closely when that starts happening, what you're going to see is a lot of these guys are going to be taking roll-offs instead of the more traditional tear-offs that the bike guys have a tendency to race with, because tear-offs in this weather are pretty much completely useless. They'd be tearing them as fast as they can, grab them and pull them, and even with the roll-offs, it's going to be really tough for these guys to keep any kind of vision today. So it's going to be a struggle with the vision. It's going to be a struggle with the traction. But these are the best riders in the world. They're going to figure out a way to make it work, and they're going to put on one heck of a show for us today. We want to thank everybody at home for tuning in to RacerTV, and we're going to bring you the action all the way from the start of this one to the finish. No matter the weather conditions, whether it's raining, whether it dries up and gets dusty again, we're going to bring you the action as it happens. The shot you're watching right now is at our FMF power point. This is about halfway through our lap, and we see some riders coming back the other way. That is, that almost looks to be Ricky Russell, which is odd because that is just after the FMF power point. And there is Ryan.
I think Ricky Russell was second off the line, so yeah.
Oh, and there is KAILUB Russell in third and struggling. So Sipes in second, Ricky Russell leading, KAILUB Russell third. Looks to be the 989 of Thad DUVALL in fourth, and the fifth is the 984 RPM KTM of Chris Bach. So those are your top 5 as they come by on the back side of the FMF PowerPoint. And we did see that Ryan Sipes did not have goggles on. I could see them hanging from his arm. The others, it was hard to tell, but look at the gap that these top 5 have pulled here early, and you have to wonder if the rain hasn't contributed to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we haven't mentioned Stu Baylor, won last week. What do you think his mindset is coming out here? Obviously not in the top 5 right now. What are your thoughts on that?
I think we talked about it so much last week with Stu. I think he shocked a lot of people, maybe even himself to some degree, although I think he knew he was prepared to come out and go elbow to elbow with KAILUB Russell for 2 hours and come out with a rather commanding win when it was all said and done. What we're looking at right there is actually the other side of the FMF PowerPoint. So it's several miles from there to the other side where we're seeing these guys come through. And it looks like now maybe we're getting our 6th place rider, unless we missed anybody. That's the 903 of Tyler Medaglia, followed closely by the 4 of Jordan Ashburn. And then that looks to be, I couldn't tell exactly who that was behind Ashburn. That is Stu Baylor there. So that puts Stu Baylor 6, 7, 8, 9. 9th place is Stu Baylor on that 514 KTM. And then that looks to be Grant Baylor, his brother, right behind him in 10th. Looks like Vance Francis in 11th. Corey Buttrick in there. Recognize him. Hard to tell as the camera pans. We've got some water spots on the camera there. So this is kind of giving you folks at home a bird's eye view of just what it's like to be out there racing a GNCC. But this is what it is. Oh, and there is possibly our XC2 leader. We don't know if we'd seen any others. That is the 523 machine of Lane Michael, who put in a really gutsy ride at our last round to gut out a second when we know he was riding after a recent injury and had to take some time off. But, to get back to your question, Mikey, it was Stu Baylor, I think, coming into this event, maybe a little bit of additional pressure with the reverse number plates that signifies our points leader. But Stu Baylor is not a rider that is new to leading points in even the GNCC series, although he's never done it in the XC1 class. He has a couple of championship or a championship in the XC2 class. So he's used to carrying that weight. He's know what it feels like to have that bullseye on his back. But, it's been a while, and looks like he was not off to the greatest of starts here today, although solidly inside the top 10. I expect that Stu will settle into a pace here. He'll find his rhythm, and before this one's over, we'll see him work his way quite a bit up through the leaderboard.
Yeah, and Johnny, I actually got a chance to meet up with Stu and speak with him a little bit. He was out here doing our Fuel Ministries pit bike race. The one thing that I noted is I went up to him and I said, Stu, that bike is looking really good with white number plates. And you should have saw the smile that went across his face. So Obviously, bad start, some troubles early on. He as well had the goggles wrapped around his arm, so it's going to be interesting to see how he bounces back, because I know one thing, and that is that Stu does not want to give up those white number plates, signifying our points leader in that XC1 Pro class.
Certainly, you know, and that is quite an accomplishment for Stu. I mean, this is a rider that, you know, as we noted just a week ago, you know, this is a rider that not a lot of people were talking about coming into the opening round last weekend in terms of, you know, potentially winning. Obviously, we knew he was a podium contender. He had proven that towards the end of last year, but what we've seen in Stu Baylor over the course of the last weeks, with winning several of the other series races and kind of, I guess, what you call the warm-up races or other series leading into this, you know, he proved that he had the speed. He proved that he had the racecraft, and he's been able to really hone his skills and be prepared for the big show, and it came off in a big way just a week ago. But even going back, and, you know, Rodney and I talked about this a bit a week ago, and you guys as well, it's hard to explain what happens when things start going your way. And really for Stu Baylor, you know, for much of his amateur career and even his youth career, and when he moved into that XC2 class, things really went Stu Baylor's way. He was winning. Things were clicking. He was having fun. He was doing it his way, you know, kind of against the convention of what a lot of people said would work. And then there was this time where he got injured. Things started not going his way, and all that positive momentum can suddenly just become a weight that you're trying to drag around. Such high expectations for him. It was a real struggle for him for about 4 years there. And then slowly at the end of the season, you know, and we have to give credit to Mr. GNCC himself, Mr. 10 Seconds, Rodney Tomlin. He went ahead and called it out and said that, you know, Stu Baylor is, you know, really starting to put some solid rides together. He's starting to look good. He's starting to carry himself with confidence. And he was able to do just that at the end of last season. We saw him clicking off top fives. We saw him contending for podiums. He carried that momentum into this season, and it started off in a big way with that win. So I think there's a lot more of that to be seen from Stu Baylor. But right now, you know, he's got to get that shovel out and start digging, because he's finding himself back there in that 9th place spot. And there's quite a gap between 5th and 6th. You know, I didn't have a stopwatch on it, but I'm telling you, that was upwards of 30 seconds, which is a big gap at this point in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting a good shot of these mud holes right now. It sounds like we have a bit of a bottle up at the FMF power point, but in relation to this weather, it sounds like it's taking its toll on our cameras as well. So we'll hopefully be able to get a shot of that pretty soon here. But right now, taking a look at those mud fleas down there at the mud holes right now.
And Mikey, anybody that's watching, this mud hole right here is actually just behind that. What you see in the background there is the pro pits. So these riders, they'll be coming. When we last saw them, they were at roughly the 7-mile marker. So from there, they're going to work their way through some tight woods, into some palmettos, some faster stuff, some fields, and then they'll pop back out. We'll see them come in, actually check into the finish line before we see them again here at this mud hole. So they'll come through the finish, they'll work back out, and then it's about a mile and a half maybe back to this mud hole here, which is right behind the VP Fuels Pro Row. So they'll go through this mud hole, and then they'll be coming into VP Fuels Pro Row. And folks, if you're not down here, if you're here at the track listening, or if you're at home, pay attention to these cameras. Hopefully we can get a shot of VP Fuels Pro Row, because I can tell you, it's going to look like a NASCAR pit lane here in a few minutes, because when these guys start coming in, they're going to be coming in hot and heavy. They're going to want towels for their hands. They're going to want goggles. And a lot of these guys are going to see this as an opportunity. We haven't talked about this yet, but with any race, pit strategy. These guys are in the pit anyway. Nearly every one of these guys will be stopping for something at the end of this first lap with this unexpected rain. You have to wonder how many of these guys are going to take that splash of gas and try and use that as an opportunity to stretch their fuel mileage a little bit, so later in the race, if they're trying to make a pass, they can bypass the pits one extra time. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of these guys take a splash of fuel here at the end of lap 1.
Absolutely. And, Johnny, one thing that you mentioned is how far back some of these top guys that we normally see up front are right now. But keep in mind, this is a 3-hour-long race with ever-changing lap conditions. So sometimes you'll see these guys get out. They could be 2 minutes ahead. All it takes is one wrong line through that mud hole, and everyone is instantly caught back up with them. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. So just because our leader or our normal front runner is a little bit far back, they can certainly have plenty of opportunities to make up that time and definitely take advantage of other people's mistakes. And also one thing to note is we touched on Bollinger earlier. Bollinger came back in the pits, got his bike issues taken care of, and then went back out on the track. Now, the last time we saw him do this was last year at the John Penton GNCC. And, Johnny, if you remember correctly, when he came off the track, he had a flat tire, put his tire back on, and he actually set 2 of the fastest lap times of the entire day that day, trying to make up that time, and came back to a 4th place finish there as well. So just because he started up back, he's got 3 hours to make up that time, and we're looking to see him put his head down and really push to make up that time that he lost.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, funny you should mention that, Tyler. That was actually a broken chain that day. So there was 2 broken chains, unfortunately, for Trevor that have caused some issues for him. But, yeah, he was able to charge back and put himself in a great position at the end of the day in that XC2 class. He'll be looking to do the same thing here today in the XC1 class. You know, one thing that we were just watching there, when to the folks at home watching, we see our leader, Ricky Russell. And I tell you what, Ricky Russell looks good. This is a guy, you know, remember, he led here the first lap last year. He got out front, ran like a scared rabbit, and then came in after and said, man, I pumped up so bad, I never should have tried to go that fast. But this is a year older, year smarter, podium-proven Ricky Russell with podium finishes in several of our season-ending GNCCs at the end of 2016 to end out the season. And here he is leading the first lap of round 2. We'll look back and see who our second-place rider is. The last we saw it was the 264 of Ryan Sipes. As we pan back, that is Chris Bott going that way. I don't know if we've got some other riders in the mix. There is the 264 of Sipes still in that second-place spot. So there is our second-place rider. Third place, KAILUB Russell, the number 1 FMF KTM. Fourth, at last check, was Thad DUVALL. There it is, the 989 Factory Rockstar Husqvarna in 4th place. 5th place is the 984 RPM KTM of Chris Bach. And there are your top 5 checked in. So now is where we're going to see the tail of the tape. We can look back, pan through the woods there, no riders. So here's that gap we were talking about at the FMF PowerPoint. And you got to ask yourselves, boys, what do you think happened? Are the top 5 going that fast, or did something happen out there that allowed them to really gap out on our 6th place rider, which when we last had looked was the 903 of Tyler Medaglia. And then in 7th, I believe it was Jordan Ashburn, I believe, on the number 4 Beta, Factory Beta. So those guys, and then back behind them was Stu Baylor. But look at this gap. Early in the race, guys, this is crazy. We never see this.
Absolutely, Johnny. I actually had an opportunity to race the 10 a.m. race this morning, so I watched some of the lines develop and how the track tend to plan out. Now, there are a lot of single-track sections, so we might have saw a rider go down in that single-track section, and with these deep palmetto roots and this Florida brush, there's really not another way around. So if one of those top 6 guys went down, they could have stopped the entire field.
And there is the number 903, Tyler Medaglia. We've seen him run up well here in Florida, and throughout several of our opening rounds the last several years, he seems to start off the year with us. He's a Canadian motocross standout. That is still the number 4 Factory Beta of Jordan Ashburn there in 7th. So, but man, this gap is colossal. We'll get a time for you here in just a moment when these guys check in. But I can tell you right now, I'm not trying to be negative towards any of these guys, but it is going to be a monumental feat for any of these riders not in the top 5 to make up this gap and get up there and potentially contend for a win or even a podium today. So we've got, as they check in here, it looks like Tyler Medaglia is 1 minute and 25 seconds back of Chris Bach, who is our 5th place rider. So the rest of these riders checking in, it is Medaglia, Ashburn, Bobbitt, Baylor in 9th. Johnny Gerard rounds out the top 10 in that XC1 Pro class. Now we see Grant Baylor checking in. We should see our XC2 leaders checking in here just about any moment. It looks like Jesse Grom leading the way in that XC2 class, and he is all the way up to the 6th place overall. So he's actually, although physically, here we see Lane Michael checking in now. I believe that may be 2nd in our XC2 class, and it is Lane Michael 2nd place in that XC2 class and 7th overall. So those guys have kind of opened up a gap there. Now here we see the 212 Ampro Yamaha Ricky Russell hopping his way through. He's got the hotlines. Now keep in mind, folks, they're showing him exactly where to go. And this looks easy, but there's a deep spot there. You got to be careful. Just a few inches off your line, and you can find yourself in a part of the mud hole where you don't want to be. Where that gentleman was standing and holding his arm, acting like a wall, that is very deep just on the other side of that. Crazy, crazy deep. It's probably upwards of 4 feet deep. KAILUB Russell knows he found himself in it last year. So here are your top 4. Now they're on VP Fuels Pro Row. We're watching Thad DUVALL work his way through this mud hole. That is your 4th place rider. Ricky Russell's opened up just a little bit of a gap now, and it was hard to see if he made a stop. We see the rest of the riders. Ryan Sipes now in. Looks like he's taking a look at his Coastal Racing team, and it looks like he is going to come in. KAILUB Russell definitely in, taking a pair of goggles, and then there goes Thad DUVALL. Looks like he's able to make the pass on KAILUB Russell, and Thad DUVALL bypasses the pits, does not stop at all. So he picks up at least a spot, if not 2 there. We could see, obviously, Thad DUVALL now our 3rd place rider and potentially more. We'll have to wait till we get a shot here But as they leave the VP Fuels Pro row, it looks like that was still Ricky Russell leading the way. Now Chris Bach working his way through here in the 5th place spot. And looks like Thad DUVALL is into 3rd. Oh, I'm sorry, Thad DUVALL into 2nd. Ryan Sipes in 3rd now, and Caleb Russell in 4th. So a big shakeup as they go on the backside there.
It's nice to see all these different lead changes here between the top 5. This is good stuff.
And we see a big changes happening there, as you said. There was a lot of mix-up and shake-up there on VP Fuels Pro Row. It was crazy to see as those guys worked their way through the different strategies. A lot of the guys coming in and wiping their faces and getting those goggles. That extra time spent in the pit will pay off big later in the race here if they're able to keep their vision. There we see Bach now in the number 5 spot. He's sprinting, looks like he's trying to catch up that gap. He doesn't want to fall into the clutches of that snarling pack of about 15 riders behind him, but those guys are about a minute and a half back. They have not even made their way. Now, here they come now. There is your 6th place rider, the 903 of Tyler Medaglia. 7th place there. There it is. Oh, it looks like Baylor has lost a spot. Now, that's Johnny Gerard now in the 8th place ride. So 6th is Medaglia. 7th is Jordan Ashburn. 8th is Gerard. Baylor all the way back to 10th now. He has lost those spots. He's got his goggles backwards on his helmet there. They're coming through. We see Jordan Ashburn actually wearing the roll-offs. That's the first rider we've seen come through with that different vision system. Looks like Russell Bobbitt into the factory FMF KTM pits. He's got a fresh set of goggles waiting. He's going to take his time. He's saying something to his mechanic there, and he's off on his way. Took some. They wiped his grips down. Now here comes Stu Baylor, also coming into the pits here. Looks like he's getting a fresh pair of goggles. They're wiping his eyes. He's stopped. He's got his hands off the bars. He's doing some talking. Looks like they're trying to figure out what to do here. They've got one set of goggles stuck to him. He's talking. He's motioning to his handlebars. They got the towels out. He's spending a lot of time in the pits here, folks. And now he's on his way. He lost a lot of time there, guys. That puts him back, I believe, in the 11th place spot, just ahead of Wild Wally Palmer. Now we see our XC2 riders coming by. Lane Michael has wrestled the lead away from Jesse Grom, and those guys are wheel to wheel on VP Fuels Pro Row.
Absolutely, and while Stu Baylor was also in the pits, we also saw his brother Grant Baylor get by him as well. So it looks like Stu might have lost 2 positions there in the pit lane. One thing I also want to note is our XC2 white plate holder right now of Josh Toth is actually in the 4th place position, looking to make his way back up. We got Lane Michael made that pass. He's leading that XC2 class. Jesse Grom in 2nd. 3rd place is going to be Craig DeLong, and then Josh Toth rounding out your top 4 in that XC2 class as they're all coming down Pro Road now.
Tyler, we did just see those guys come down VP Fuels Pro Row, and it was Craig DeLong, and glued to the rear of him was, in fact, that 206, our points leader of Josh Toth after winning that first round. So those guys still in position to strike. Both of those guys finishing on the podium at our first race. Looks like there we see Lane Michael. There is your XC2 leader on screen. A little bit blurry, but that's him. We should be looking back now. It looks like he may have stopped, so possibly giving up that lead to Jesse Grom. We'll have to wait and watch. We're panned back over to the other side now. So now we're looking at the sky. But we got to see that action. It was hot and heavy. And hold on a sec. Okay, I thought I was having double vision. I thought Stu Baylor was back in the pits, but that's actually the number 121 of CORY BUTTRICK now in the pits, getting himself a set of fresh goggles. So as we pointed out before that happened, we kind of knew coming in that these guys were going to be needing some fresh goggles. It's tough to see in these conditions, and it's definitely tough if you don't have anything at all protecting your eyes. So making for a long day for these guys starting off with these conditions, but they'll fight through them. The track will continue to get better. And, you know, it really is crazy to see the difference in conditions from just 7 days can make. You know, guys, a week ago we had dusty, we had clay, we had a lot of pine trees. Now here today we're in the sands of Florida, and we had that same similar dust situation as, you know, Tyler, you raced the morning, you can attest to that. Well, now with this rain, you know, it's really opened up a whole new can of worms and a Pandora's box of conditions, and things are certainly different, you know, and these guys are having to find a way to dig through and make them, you know, make it work for them.
Absolutely. No, a big factor in that as well is switching these rounds. We mentioned last week a lot how Big Buck normally is not the first round. We normally open it down here in Florida. So seeing that change, normally we come down here, we get that sand race out of the way. So they spend the winter time preparing for that sand race. But then now this year they dealt with the hard packed clay first, and now coming here for the second round. But we do want to show you some of the highlights from our last race at the Big Buck GNCC. taking a look, we are looking at the start from last week's Big Buck GNCC with the Husqvarna out front with the hole shot. That would be Josh Strang. Josh Strang ended up pulling off early with a foot injury. He is out here competing with us today, though. He did hold the lead, and you can see that he was really putting in some fast lap times out there before he eventually did have to pull off.
Yeah, taking a look there. More looks at our pro guys rolling through there. It was, at the end of the day, it was Stu Baylor taking that checkered flag. Hometown hero, if you will, as we get a look at Caleb Russell coming through right there. And the nice thing about last weekend, Big Buck, man, look at those shots we got through the woods there. Pretty cool, starting our season off in South Carolina. Gave us some great shots. Didn't have to worry about any of the foliage out there distracting us.
And one thing you'll notice here is that the conditions between last week and this week were so drastic as we watched Stu Baylor go down into that ravine. So you'll see the dust being kicked up, you'll see this hard pack, and the terrain it couldn't be more opposite of what we're seeing here today.
Yeah, thank goodness. It's completely different. We are dealing with the rain here today as they go through the VP Racing. Jump right there in through the woods section, getting a good look at our fans.
And that's one of the big staples of that Big Buck GNCC is going down to that first round. We had our biggest season opener in GNCC history. Two of the things that our riders dealt with out there is one is we just saw that creek jump as well as that hill climb. And that hill climb actually caused some trouble for a lot of people. We saw Caleb Russell and Stu Baylor battling out. Caleb actually got caught up with a lapper on that hill climb. So just like the mud hole here today, there's a lot of different features out here on these courses that can make or break your race. Coming through, we had Thad DUVALL. Now, Thad actually ran out front for the majority of that Big Buck GNCC, but he ended up coming in, had some bike issues before he was able to get back out there. This race belonged to Stewart Baylor at the second half. We watched him willy through the finish line, and that was actually his first overall XC1 win.
Well, I tell you, it was rather monumental. It was epic. I mean, there was every cliche that you could throw at that as what was felt and seen there in South Carolina a week ago. And you can see the emotion in Stu Baylor right there. And you know today it's a bit of a heartbreaker for him right now. But we got to remember that we are still early in this race, and conditions went from great to bad in a quick way. And that sand out there, the rain coming down, it was really hard to see. I had a tough time riding my quad back just from the starting line, so I can't imagine what they were having to face with goggles and everything out there. So now that the rain has subsided, we see that the rain has stopped. If you're watching the monitor now, it's starting to look like things are going to turn around, at least from a vision standpoint, and not the rain blowing in your face. There's going to still be some sand kicked up there. But the face of this race could start to turn around yet again. We've got Ricky Russell out there out front, and Ricky, talking to him earlier today, you know, I was making a comparison. I asked him, I said, you know, you come from the far top left of the United States. We're in the far bottom right of the United States. There's a lot of diversity there as far as the different types of terrain and soils. And, you know, he seemed to be confident. You know, he's been racing here on the East Coast enough the last few years that he's gotten acclimated to a lot of the different things that go on here. And even though, unless you ride in the sand constantly, you're not really going to be that acclimated, he has taken his skills that he does know and just put them to task here today. And riding in the great state of Washington, you know there's got to be a lot of rain. So I'm sure that he went back and relied on a lot of the experience that he has from that back in his younger days of racing. And those types of things are translating into big things today, and it could translate into his first ever GNCC win right here in Florida today.
That would be something. Sorry, that'd be something else, man, to see. Stu Baylor picking up, it was his first career win last weekend, correct?
Yep.
And then if we could see that here today, man, we said it. We thought we were off to a great start to the 2017 season, and I think without a doubt we are off to an amazing start.
Oh, I tell you, if it was a cookie-cutter pattern series that we had going on here, what good, what use would it be to tune in every week on RacerTV.com? What good would it be to actually come out here and see a GNCC? These are the types of things that we really hope for and search for. And I don't want to take anything away from any greatness that anybody's achieving out there, but it's days like today that really makes a true GNCC fan. And it also shows the true heart of the GNCC competitors out there. And we're going to see a lot of heart out of each and every one of these guys. Last check, we had Ricky Russell out front. There had been some changes. DUVALL had moved into the number 2 spot. A couple guys stopping there in the pits. KAILUB Russell and I believe both Ryan Sipes doing that. So a bit of a change and jumble up there. But again, we got to recall and remember, we're still, if you look at it, a 3-hour race. We've only seen about 42 minutes of that pass by so far. So there's still a long road to hoe as far as racing is concerned. As we take a look and recap that top 10 for you once again, got Ricky Russell out front, Thad DUVALL up to second, Ryan Sipes in third, KAILUB Russell in fourth, Chris Bach, I believe, is fifth. We've Jesse Grom in sixth place, Lane Michael, your 250 Pro second place. Actually, Jesse is leading the XC2 and in running sixth overall. Lane Michael, who's 13 seconds behind him, is seventh place overall. Tyler Medaglia, the 903 out of Canada, in the 8th place position. 9th place overall, the number 4 of Jordan Ashburn out of Cookeville, Tennessee. And, of course, the 113 of Russell Bobbitt out of Georgia, a national enduro champion many times over, is rounding out the top 10 overall right now. Stu Baylor is 11th overall. You take the 2 out. He is a top 10 rider in the XC1 Pro class. You start doing the math here. It's about 20 seconds between first and second, another couple seconds back. I'm going to do, there's 30, 45. Wow, we're looking at well over a minute and a half, maybe pushing close to 2 minutes, actually. Back to Stu Baylor in that number 11 spot overall, 8th place position there. And, of course, with that, we've got, like I said, a long way to go in this one, so stick around. We'll be back to check in with more of our XC1 Pro, the XC2, the XC3, and our amateur classes when GNCC Live continues after this.
We handle your races, your jumps, and your trails. Isn't it time you give your daily driver the same love? AMSOIL Signature Series Synthetic Motor Oil delivers 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard. AMSOIL also offers a full family of dirt bike lubricants, giving you above and beyond fortification for your weekday and weekend vehicles. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Here at Rocky Mountain ATVMC, we go beyond selling parts, apparel, and accessories. We take pride in supporting the sport. We're proud to sponsor GNCC Racing and the KR4 team. It's just one more way to show our dedication for the fans and riders of this great sport. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
Right. Welcome back to GNCC Live. Rodney Tomlin along with Tyler Shepardson. Now also we got Mikey Waynes and, of course, the one, the only, Johnny G. Gallagher out and about right now. And he's going to get some reports from over in the JCR pits here in just a few moments. But right now we're watching the mud hole, Tyler.
Absolutely. We saw Trevor come by. Trevor Bollinger, as we saw, had some bike problems earlier on in the race. We did just see him come through the mud hole, so he is making up some ground and trying to make a run at those top XC1 guys. Another thing to note, Ronnie, is, as you said, the times are really split up right now between that XC1 overall and all of our other classes. But that first lap saw that downpour of rain, so that's going to throw off everything. As the sun comes out and everything starts to tack back up, the track is going to change once again, and it's going to add a whole nother aspect to this race.
Ricky Russell still leading at the FMF Power Points, the reports that we're getting. So the 212, the Washington native, still maintaining about a 20-second lead there, and we're waiting to see whether or not Thad DUVALL, how far back he is. What's going on with Ryan Sipes and KAILUB Russell? I have to tend to believe these guys are all racing today, not necessarily on the ragged edge. This is going to be a smart man's race, and you're going to have to know when to push and when not to push, and what to do whenever you get behind someone, because you're going to have to save the gloves as much as possible from this point on, and most definitely the vision, the eyes, with the goggles and things. The 100% goggles are going to be really doing overtime today here in the Florida sand, that's for sure.
And, Ronnie, I had the opportunity to race the morning race this morning, so one big thing to note about this track is there is a lot of sand rollers that have worked their way out. So we'll see these track, it just gets rough and rough. A lot of these whoop sections these guys are going to be going through are wheel high or higher. Another thing to note about that is as you're coming through, there is palmetto roots. That's one distinct thing that we see here in Florida. Folks at home, if you're not familiar with what these palmetto roots look like, imagine you're riding through sand and all of a sudden there's a 2-liter bottle of just hardwood in the middle of the track. So as this race continues to progress, there's no telling what can happen with all these obstacles that these riders are facing. Another thing that we noticed about the track is we saw the ATVs and the UTVs go through yesterday. Now, obviously, there's only a certain amount of spaces that these guys can fit through. So what we saw today by the end of the lap, Rodney, is that there was a lot of different lines opening up to where we saw a lot of single-track lines yesterday in our ATV races. Today, when you walk in the woods, you can come to a spot and there'll be 3 or 4 different lines that these riders can choose from. So playing it smart, picking the right line, and really powering through all this sand and all these whoop sections, I think is going to make all the difference in the world as these guys race for the win here.
No doubt about that. You know, as we watch things unfold, there's still lots of classes checking in. We'll check in with all of our classes here in just a few moments. But right now, I want to take this opportunity to extend a special welcome to David Luongo and our guests from YouthStream, the organizers of the World Championship Motocross MXGP. MX Sports Pro Racing announced yesterday at a press conference at the Daytona Supercross a multi-year agreement for MX Sports Pro Racing and YouthStream to jointly organize a Grand Prix motocross annually on Labor Day at a venue to be announced. And that's pretty huge to see the MX Sports and those YouthStream joining together like that. That's major in the world of motocross racing, and we are on the verge of something huge here. And I think that folks that hear that message know loud and clear what that's going to mean for motocross in general and what it's going to mean for motocross racing in the United States, bringing a lot more of the Europeans over on a more regular basis. And speaking of which, I understand that it sounds like that we might have a Motocross of Nations here in the United States in 2018. They're still working on that. We'll have some full details on that, but that's kind of what some of the releases are telling us and some of the information. So some exciting things going on in the world of motorcycling. That's one of the great things about being here as a part of Bike Week in the GNCC. We get to be here and involved in a lot of that and get to hear those announcements firsthand, and I think that's just awesome. So welcome out YouthStream, and can't wait to see where that goes for the sport of motocross.
Absolutely. And Rodney, we also saw this past year the MXGP actually came to the East Coast and for a round last year, and it was their first time on the East Coast. So they did hold an event at the dirt track in Charlotte, North Carolina. So we saw those guys come out, and it was a big turnout. But Saturday, which was going to be the practice day and the heat races, we actually saw a downpour similar to what we saw today, and it kind of threw the racing off. But what an excellent turnout and what an excellent
There's Ricky
idea.
Russell down through the pits. In the first place position right now. Well, the prestige of MXGP is going to raise even higher now that MX Sports has its hand in on it, and it's all working together like that in conjunction. It's only going to elevate it all to greater and better levels. Right now, the XC2 Pro class checking in with those riders. Jesse Grom, Lane Michael, as we told you, your leader there. Craig DeLong is running in the number 3 spot. Josh Toth is 4th. Then, of course, we got 5th place Drew Higgins, the 285. Drew is riding on Nick Davis's bike. He's kind of like a substitute rider. Nick can't ride because of the dislocated hip from last weekend. So what's going to happen is Drew racing the National Enduro, had a little bit of extra time. He wants to try his hand at GNCC Racing, and here he is. Got out to the early lead, the whole shot, as a matter of fact. Holding on to a top 5 right now is the 22 of Zach Hayes runs in 6th. Michael Witkowski running in 7th now aboard the 282. Brendan Riordan, the 228, is 8th. We're looking now to Jesper Borgeson. Jesper is the 295. He is out of, not Tebro, wherever that is. No, that's across the way someplace, so we're welcoming Jesper here with us. Ben Kelly also from up in the northeast there out of Harmonton, Connecticut, rounds out your top 10 there in the XC2 250 Pro class.
And Rodney, one thing that I want to know, as we're looking out here at the mud fleas in this mud hole, there's one individual that stands out to me, and you guys probably recognize her at home. Out there in the red and black shirt with the white hat on, actually ankle deep, pointing out lines to all these riders.
Is that Taylor?
That is Taylor Jones, and Taylor Jones was our overall winner and the winner of our WXC class this morning at the 10 a.m. race. And Mikey, I believe you got some results on what else happened during that race.
I do, as a matter of fact. Taylor Jones, like you said, pointing out she's pulling double duty today. Started out her day, I'm not going to say started out with the easy task. It wasn't easy by any means, but Taylor Jones this morning start to finish, it was her race on the number 13 Husqvarna. She won that one over Mackenzie Tricker, who took second, and Becca Sheets took third place today. I think we're going to see those three battle all season long, and now you see Taylor Jones out there pulling double duty. If you ask her, maybe this job's a little harder directing traffic out there in the mud holes. I doubt it.
Interestingly, I don't know if you took note, though, of this morning's WXC class. We had the world's premier women off-road riders in the WXC class. We had, I think, more than half or about half the contingents were actually like from all over the world. We had New Zealand, Australia, and Canada was represented. I mean, we had people from all over the world that was here with us racing, and I think that's just great. And it shows you what kind of prestige the WXC class brings to off-road racing to the world here in the GNCC racing world. Speaking of GNCC racing, what's going on right now? Paul Whibley leading. That's right, the Axman, former GNCC champ, leading the FMF XC3 125 Pro-Am class. Whibley, the number 99, with a 1.2-second lead over Jason Thomas and Jack Edmondson back in the number 3 spot. Those three were on the podium last week. It was Jack Edmondson with the win, though. And here's something really neat. Jack is actually our first, I think, European legacy that we've got here in GNCC racing. His dad, Fast Eddie, was over here. And, of course, Paul Edmondson and those guys, they were all over here. So, I mean, we have a lot of great things, I think, with the Europeans coming over here like that. And to see one of the sons making his way over, I think, is another great fact. And watching this is going to be pretty exciting to see how well he does here in 2017. Garrett Edmondson, a rider from out of Vero Beach, Florida. The Sandman used to be a name on the GNC circuit quite a bit. Of course, he now mainly races down here in the FTR, but Garrett always a threat whenever he comes to a GNCC. Cody Gregg, the 298, a former GNCC hopeful as well, out of Lenore, North Carolina. Switched allegiances to the MX World for a few years. Looks like he might be on his way back. Cody grabbed the whole shot in this class a little earlier on his Yamaha. The 429, Nate Smith out of Summers, Connecticut in 600 Newark. The 747 running in 7th place. Mark Horesco, the 412 in 8th. We got the 911, Dustin Gibson out of Van Leer, Tennessee. Good to see Dustin back, another rider that we haven't seen for a long time. This XC3 class has kind of revived, I think, a lot of guys and getting them back to their grassroots. And that 125cc two-stroke machine really seems to be something that a lot of these guys wanted to get back to. So here they are. And Thomas Dexter also out there with us aboard the 413 out of Wareham, Massachusetts, as he rounds out the top 10 there. A lot of folks coming up out of that new Northeast nowadays. I know that we've seen a lot of it whenever we started seeing and introducing a lot of the racers from Winoa and going up into the New York area. But now that Ben Kelly and Josh Toth have come down and had such successes, we're starting to see a lot more of those riders make their way down here and stake their claims in GNCC racing. And amazingly, a lot of them are doing very, very well. You know, we get so complacent with our GNCC youth coming up through the ranks that when we see these new faces come in, it's pretty exciting to see new blood to mix things up and actually elevate the level of competition.
Yeah, I like seeing that. And talking to some of them on the podium or post-race, racing up there in the Northeast, they talk about the rocky soil and how different it is down here in Florida in the sand. But, man, they're doing well. So it's exciting to see. And I think we talk about GNCC Racing Nation. I think that's your tagline. But when we say GNCC Racing Nation, we mean all nations. I mean, you see the people coming from overseas, Australia, all over the place. That is our GNCC Nation.
That is it. Every one of these folks, we welcome them in. And, of course, the Open A Class 424 right now out of Fellsmere, Florida. We have a lot of FTR riders down here doing well today also. So Landon Lynn is one of those, the 424, as we said, from Fellsmere, Florida. Then Sorrento, Florida is home to Bryce Coster. Coster is the 712 machine. He's Kawasaki rider in second. Levi Keller from Chillicothe, Ohio, 185 is third. Ben Parsons, the 300 from Orlando, Florida, in the Open A is fourth. Cole Kirkhoff, 262 from Monroe City, Indiana. He rounds out your top five. So look 6 through 10 now in the Open A class. Connor Smith out of Denver, North Carolina is 6th. Brady Myers, the 27 out of Walker, West Virginia, is 7th. 8th is Evan Earl, the 39 from Blacksburg, South Carolina. Evan, if I'm not mistaken, there with Vance Earl, part of that family, ran a lot stronger in South Carolina. Again, sand, rain, changes things up a little bit. The 47, Zach Tussle out of Scotch Plains, New Jersey. And then 10th place, the 205, Jacob Hines, the Open A rider there. He hails from out of, like we said, Connecticut on Husqvarna. And looking at the gaps on these, you know, the entire field of riders from 1st to 10th is just a little over about a minute and a half back to 10th place. So that's a tightly knit field right now in the Open A class. 258 class, Jonathan Johnson from Landrum, South Carolina, 2.8 second lead over Brewer Cawley. Cawley, the 48 from Lexington in South Carolina, if I'm not mistaken, was one of your front runners when that green flag dropped a little bit ago. The 145, Sean Benhart from Smithfield, Virginia, running in third. 4th place, Jesse Ansley out of Mayaca City, Florida native, and also GNCC youth prodigy, I think you could say. We saw him win some youth national championships, and here in the 258 class, he's top of the field once again. You look at the gap here from 1st to 4th. It's 1st to 2nd's 2.8 seconds, 2.1 seconds, so that's 5 seconds for Brewer Cawley as the leaders are making their way through the finish. So just 5 seconds separating Jesse Ansley from, or 6 seconds from first place. So that's a pretty tight one there in the 258 class. We're going to turn our attention now, it looks like, Mikey, to this finish line region as your leader. There he is, the West Coast sensation himself from up in Washington. He has become a true GNCCer over the past few years. That, of course, is Ricky Russell. Rough and Rowdy is out front and still leading this Florida GNCC as he wraps up lap number 2. We're 58 minutes into this race. He turns a lap time of 30 minutes and 21 seconds. Last time around, his gap was about 16 seconds, only 2.6 seconds behind his Thad Duvall with Caleb Russell, 7.5 seconds behind him. That's how tightly knit they are. We'll see him at the mud hole soon. Ryan Sipes back and forth. So our top 4, 10 seconds separating those guys right now. That's pretty intense. Maybe 11, but wow. Ricky Russell, Thad Duvall, Caleb Russell, and Ryan Sipes, 1, 2, 3, and 4 right now.
Yeah, taking a look at those top 4 guys, not taking anything away from Caleb Russell by any means. He is our defending champ. But, Rodney, what's it mean to you? 2 races in a row now. He's got some competition this season. Ricky Russell running out in front, and then you had Stu BAYLOR last weekend.
Well, a little-known secret. Actually, Caleb normally doesn't, and I don't know if this is the case or not, but I know traditionally Caleb doesn't have a lot of time for testing in the off-season, especially last year. And I don't know exactly what he did this year, but last year it took a couple of rounds for them to actually be able to get together and do the testing for the season. Caleb finished a couple of strong second-place finishes, nearly winning those first 2 rounds as he battled with Josh Strang. But it wasn't until round 3 that, before that race, that he and Tanner, his mechanic, actually got a little extra time to spend together to do the tweaks that they needed to do on the new bikes for the new year. And that may be a case of what we're looking at right now. And it might be also a case of Caleb not pushing the envelope. Caleb knows where his level is and what he's capable of as we see more red plates coming through the finish line right now. We have Sipes in 4th. Chris Bach has checked in on the number 5 spot, about 40 seconds back. Jonathan Giora in the number 6 spot. I'm sorry, Jonathan. Jesse Grom, the number 15 and 7th there, is actually your leader of the XC2 250 Pro class. We'll be waiting for those guys to check in. But Jonathan is in 6th place in that class. But what I was saying is, I think it's more of a calculated effort on behalf of Caleb Russell. Caleb, if you know, does not and has learned not to ride with a sense of urgency. And most great champions can do that. You know, sometimes whenever you're used to winning all the time, oftentimes when you are not in that position, it can be a situation where you feel like that maybe that you might be starting to slip. But on the other hand, Caleb's got that confidence level. He knows where he's at, so he's not at all concerned at this particular point. And even at this particular point, in 2nd, 3rd place, in the big picture, in the grand scheme of things, is not out of the championship. And in reality, depending on how the other guys in that particular top 3 finish up, and then how the 514 check. Ricky Russell, Thad Duvall checking in. There's Ryan Sipes going through now. There's 1, 2, and 3 there at the mud hole. They'll be coming into the pro pits, I think, here shortly. And, well, anyway, a sense of urgency. He's not riding with that. It's very calculated, and I think that's something that he has learned over time and through experience. There's Caleb Russell making his way around now. There go our leaders down pro row. There's the 264 of Sipes, and they are pretty much nip and tuck. You see them up there on the screen. That's exactly what they look like. We've also got one in the pits. Is that DUVALL in the pits now? He did not stop the last time around. He gets fresh goggles. Looks like maybe some fresh gloves, a splash of gas also. A couple of guys going to get by. I think that Russell got by. Sipes has gotten by. I don't believe we're going to see Chris Bach get by unless this is a super extended pit stop. And we've got somebody in the pits over there, possibly one of our B-class riders that pits out of the Reigns Racing Atlas pits over there. Joining us here, welcoming the NBC voice of GNCC Racing, Mr. Jason Wygant. Good to have him on board with us and in-house as he has made his way from last night's Daytona Supercross there at International Speedway. Wow, what about that race last night? How about Ryan Dungey, man? That battle for fourth place.
Not easy to pass there, and he somehow made it happen. I wasn't just there tonight. Oh, we had a whole morning of Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross at Daytona. I want to personally thank David Iser of DMXS Radio for handling the afternoon shift for the race so I can come here and watch some GNCC racing. But, yeah, it was a great time at the Daytona Supercross. Did you make it?
No, I did not make it.
Come on, man.
But the others did. I did make sure that they
Okay, so we got some people in.
Got some people
people got to watch some racing.
Yes,
okay.
they did.
It was definitely a good night. But I come in here, and it's all shaken up. I glanced at the results. I just rolled in from Daytona. We see Ricky Russell out front, but I can tell you those results are no longer accurate because our leaders, Ricky Russell, Thad DUVALL, and Ryan Sipes, they all pitted. Caleb Russell did not. He went around him. He's now in the lead.
So you caught that. I could see. I see that he didn't. I saw that he didn't pit this time. He pitted on the first lap. And then I seen that Thad had pitted, but I'm not sure how many other folks did. So
Russell and Sipes also did. Sipes was furthest down. I think Sipes might have got out in second. So he might have gained positions.
Actually, Jason, I'm down here on VP Fuels Pro Row. And it was actually still Ricky Russell leaving with the lead. Caleb Russell second. Third place was Ryan Sipes, and Thad DUVALL dropped back to fourth when they left the pits here. So there was a little bit of a shakeup amongst that top four. And the big shakeup on the first lap, we saw the number 5 JCR Honda of Trevor Bollinger in the pits. We're here with JCR team manager Johnny Campbell. And Johnny, you know, we were able to see you guys get a changed out quickly. When Trevor went out, he was actually back behind the last row. When they came through this time, he was well up into the A-class riders. How does that bode for the plan for the day? Is it a thought that we can actually try and score some points today? Is that what we're out there doing at this point?
Yeah, I think that's really the best we can hope for is, one, the boys stay healthy, and then two, see if we can collect up some points. You know, it was really unfortunate deal and really unbelievable to start a race that way. But, you know, things happen. It's racing, and I'm sure Trevor has a lot of motivation. When he gets a little aggressive and a little anger side, then usually rides pretty good. So I hope to see him in the top 20 by the end.
All right, folks, you heard it there. Johnny Campbell says they're going to try and salvage some points today. Trevor Bollinger, when we saw him come by, he was battling with some open A riders, which would typically be putting him somewhere around maybe the 30s or 40 OA. But keep in mind, he has to make up that time correction. So he's got to drop the hammer if he wants to score any points at all today. But certainly looking like it's not out of the realm of possibility. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Johnny Gallagher. And, of course, Jason Wygant, as we're sitting here studying some of these results, we're seeing that the 514 of Stu Baylor's actually up to the number 7 position now in that XC1 Pro class. We were watching him there a few moments ago. I think he was actually back in 9th place at the end of the first lap. So he is making some gains and some ground out there. And surprising, I mean, I have to say, whenever they left the start out there a little bit ago, it took me a while to get back because of the heavy torrential downpour that we were faced
What
with.
was the timing? Did they get started and then get rained on?
No, they did not. There was a couple of drops that fell like on the XC3, and then it held off.
Oh,
there were like 2 rows to go, and it started sprinkling. Then as soon as the last row went, it just opened up and started pouring down. And when I have to say, I was a little bit shocked and surprised at how much things were jumbled around there. I mean, honestly, not going to sugarcoat. I was surprised to see Ricky Russell out front, not because I don't think he can do it, but just because his newness into the XC1 Pro class. I didn't know if he was necessarily going to be ready to hang it out there and do that just yet.
Yeah, and he's adjusting. You know, he's on a new bike and team. He had some good runs at the end of the year last year, but what I wonder is, the reason I asked if it had rained before or after the start is, I've got to think there's a little bit of a gamble on them guessing, are we going to be racing in the rain and mud or not? So maybe some, you know, not huge changes you would make. I don't think they changed tires, but maybe the goggles set up. And I'm wondering if some people gambled right and some people gambled wrong. Now that they've all had a chance to pit, kind of reset the deck, and now they know what they're dealing with. But kind of a tough situation to start the race, bone dry, and then what? We're saying 10 minutes or so into it, the torrential downpour?
Yeah, it certainly had to be a big shock for them. I mean, and it came down. It was hard out there. I don't know if you guys are out there or not, but I got soaked.
Yeah.
I am starting to dry out a little bit from it, but I got soaked, and I just can't imagine what it's like for these guys, because not only do you have the wetness to contend with, but think about it, the sand. I mean, we talk about the sand in Florida all the time, but wetness and sand, that's got to be an even worse combination than sun and sand at this point, I think.
Hey, listen, Ohio boy, it's better than the mud there, okay? It's better than the stick into the fenders but slick on the tires clay. Am I right, Johnny?
Absolutely, yeah. The last thing you want is that slick Ohio, Southern Ohio, specifically the John Penton clay. It's pretty terrible. But while we're talking about weather conditions, it's heating up. And when we say it's heating up, it's that XC2 battle. We just watched these guys come through, VP Fuels Pro Row. Lane Michael leading the way with just a few second gap, and then nose to tail, literally, as they came through the pits. Josh Toth was in that third place spot, and I thought he was going to come out second. Jesse Grom come charging out of the pits right in front of him. Literally blocked him as they were coming into the corner. So it's Grom in second, Josh Toth in third, and Craig DeLong was on the gas, had made up that gap, and was on the rear wheel of Toth. So you had second, third, and fourth all wheel to wheel as they worked their way through. And I'll tell you what, that's going to be one to watch as this race continues to unfold, because all three of those guys are hungry to prove a statement. Obviously, 3 of the 4 were your podium just a week ago in South Carolina, and then Jesse Grom interjecting him into the mix. You know, that's a rider that we've seen win races and multiple podiums. We know he can get the job done. So exciting things happening up front and in the pits in both our XC1 and XC2. So you pointed out, Jason, Rodney, you guys were talking about the weather conditions and who is prepared. Well, the pit crews are the ones that are really losing on this deal, because they're running around scrambling. They're trying to keep water out of the pit areas. They're sweeping. They're pushing water off the tents. It's just chaos down here in the pits right now. But the rain has subsided for now. We'll see if we got any more showers coming through. But we'll keep glued to these screens and keep the action coming your way.
Well, I just got the report that Ricky Russell continues to hold on to the #1 spot. But I like that XC2 class. We saw, you know, now that Bollinger has moved out, it's who's going to be the boss, who's going to take control. And it seemed like early last week that Lane Michael was trying to establish himself. I know he was riding with some injuries. But then Toth, man, came on strong. So maybe we got a little rivalry. Maybe we'll see these guys battling every week, because they're at it again right now in XC2.
Well, I think one rider that we probably don't give enough credit to might be Jesse Grom. I mean, he's been like a mainstay in off-road racing, it seems like, for the last few years, working his way up through the ranks. And though we know his name and we know what he's capable of, he hasn't really gotten the accolades that I believe that maybe he deserves. And it's a day like today that he might really begin to shine as he continues to hold on to one of those top 3 positions right now.
Now, I just saw Jason Thomas come through. We'll give you an XC3 update here in just a moment, but we got to take a commercial break here.
That's it.
All right, we'll be right back.
I'm a sore loser.
I'm a sore loser. Losing is not an option for me.
Be the best.
The best? The best. You have to have the best equipment under the hood. That's why I only use
Cometic products in my engines.
Cometic gasket. Cometic gasket. Cometic gasket.
Cometic gasket, a superior quality gasket
for those of us who demand the highest level of performance.
CST Tires.
Welcome back to GNCC Live here from Palatka, Florida, as we roll through round 2 of the AMSOIL GNCC Series. It is the Moose Racing Wild Boar GNCC. Rodney Tomlin along with Jason Wygant. Mikey also here with us. And, of course, Johnny Gallagher out making things happen. There's Jordan Ashburn, looks like making his way past the finish line right now. And he may be having some struggles today, which is kind of intriguing, to be honest with you. But at the same time, this is one of those days where I think that maybe if you weren't necessarily mentally and physically prepared for it, it could have maybe thrown a wrench in the cogs there.
Well, it's not as bad as memories of Palatka GNCC gone by. I mean, this is nothing. This is a freeway.
Yeah.
This is just a little puddle.
at this time during the pro race in 2003 for the Hurricane GNCC, about 3 miles from our direction, where as the crow flies from where we are right now, I was literally walking around in water halfway up to my knees in the pits. That was the pro pits in the and Vendors Row.
Yeah, so, I mean, as far as off-road racing and GNCC is concerned, I don't even know, would this classify as a mud race? I don't think this quite.
No.
I don't think this actually even is classified. A little bit of rain, that's all. And sand tends to drain better. I don't know. We could easily get more rain, but it tends to drain better. So I don't know. We might end up with prime conditions by the time this thing is over.
It's very possible. It's kind of funny coming into this. We kept talking about 2 elements. We eliminated one. It's not the first round, so that's out the window.
That's right.
So those first race jitters are out of the way, but then we kept talking about the sand being the only element, and then lo and behold, hey, 1 o'clock race start. Well, 1:05, rain start.
Adding one of those elements right back in. And it already made a difference with those pit stops and pit strategies, changing the running order. But Ricky Russell on that NFAB M Pro Yamaha getting it done right now. We'll see if Caleb Russell can make the move now that he's climbed into second. Now, I talked to Ryan Sipes a few days ago at Daytona, and he said he actually had the flu last Sunday. He was happy to get third and basically had to take this week off just to try to recuperate, but also dealing with some gnarly blisters. You know, one of those things you looked at his hand, and it's like, dude, you could not ride, and he wasn't even concerned. Like, I would be like, I'm done for the week, and he's like, well, I'll race Sunday 3 hours, no problem.
Yeah, right?
They're a different breed, no doubt. So Sipes told me he's motivated basically because last year was a bad season. Said he's fired up, didn't get the results he wanted. Then he got hurt and didn't get to race the ISDE, which was a big goal of his because he won it the previous year. So he was really mad about the way his season turned out. So because of that, he just worked harder. He's motivated, fired up, got that podium last week at the Big Buck, and is battling maybe even for the win today. He's still yet to get that GNCC win. So especially on a sand track, the motocross guys, this is usually a type of track that works very well for them. It's a little more wide open, a little bit faster. Certainly Sipes has ridden his share of sandy terrain before. So he could be a contender right to the end today. It's good to see him right in the hunt.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? Talking to Ryan Sipes last weekend up on the podium, he did take that third spot. There's Trevor, I believe that's Trevor Bollinger working through there. So he's, man, rough start to him. Hate seeing that, but he is doing some work trying to, like the pit crew said, salvage some race points out there. But, yeah, back to Ryan Sipes. You could tell he was happy he got up on the podium in that third-place spot, but not content by any means.
Yeah.
I think talking to him preseason, he is motivated and wants to take a shot at that championship.
Yeah, so we already know what Stuart Baylor did last week, but you throw in that factor with Sipes on the gas. Now Ricky Russell showing something. And also Thad Duvall, who had the typical bad Thad Duvall bad luck last week, but he certainly was fast enough to run up front, and he's doing it again today. So you're talking 4 main contenders right there, even 5 with Ricky Russell getting in there today. So it's always awesome at the beginning of the season when everybody's motivated, fired up, and they believe this could be their year. Now, I believe some riders flashed through the finish line, so we'll get a little update here in a moment.
So, Jason, let me ask you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
You got Caleb Russell out there. He finished second last weekend. He's working for the podium position today, and Rodney touched on it a little bit, the patience of a national champion. Do you see him making a move here at the end?
Well, he's gotten more patient as we watch the number 4, Jordan Ashburn, in the beta pits. That's bad news for him. And they're not just refueling that bike or giving him goggles. You can see there's a concern here they're trying to work on.
Shaking his head.
Yep. That's a revamped outfit, that beta team. Now they've got Rodney Smith, your GNCC legend, on board to help groom the riders and also work on the bikes. But unfortunately, maybe these conditions have wreaked some havoc on Ashburn, who you remember actually led a little bit early last week in South Carolina. And now we hear Caleb Russell has taken over the lead. So good update there, Chelsea, from inside the RacerTV truck. And that's what I was saying. Yes, he has gotten more patient, but he's not very patient, and especially the way it worked out last week. Caleb has told me that he's worked on trying to deal with the losses a little bit better, being a little bit less furious, but he still doesn't deal with it very well. So this is going to be a critical juncture. Last week when Caleb got the lead, Stuart Baylor was able to stay with him. When Caleb made a mistake, he took advantage. This is the opportunity. Can any of these guys stick with Caleb this week or is he going to get the drop? Johnny, I would assume Caleb Russell, now that he's got clear racetrack, is going to try to burn one right now.
You got to believe that, and last week, obviously, we saw some unexpected conditions with Caleb Russell kind of, in his own words, as he told me this week, he got his rear end handed to him.
Oh.
So for him to today put on the kind of sprint that he is early, I think beyond Caleb, the exciting thing for me right now is watching 4 of these guys nose to tail. Jason, I know you were, I believe, if I remember correctly, you were in the booth with us at the end of the race last year when these guys were coming to the finish.
That was nuts, yeah.
Rodney, I think there was a point where all of us were screaming and no one even knew what anyone was screaming because we had Daniel Milner, who nobody even knew was in the mix, suddenly in a podium position. We had obviously Josh Strang, who kind of had a bit of a lead, and he won the race. But second, third, and fourth were Milner, Milner, Bach, and Caleb Russell, who was on a charge from the depths of oblivion outside the top 15, charging his way up and ultimately grabbing that podium place. So you have to ask yourself, with the kind of start that we've already seen in both our XC1 and XC2 classes, with 3, 4, 5 riders up there battling for the lead, what are we going to be looking at here at the end of 3 hours if these guys stay this close? I'm going to go ahead and start saving my voice. I'm going to have some throat lozenges. I'm going to chew some gum, and I'm going to speak softly and quietly so that I can save my voice, because we're going to be calling a barn burner at the end here, boys. I'm calling it now. This is going to be a battle right to the finish.
I think you're absolutely right. We just saw Jordan Ashburn in the pits there. Johnny, you might want to go check this out.
I think Ashburn's out. They pulled the bike under the tent, so we might be able to find out what happened there to the beta.
I'm going to go get an update from Ashburn, and also we see Trevor Bollinger in the JCR pits right now. So it'll be interesting to see if we can look down our overall results and see if he is climbing his way any closer to the top 20 to score some points today.
I just like how Rodney just gets to order Johnny G around. Go do it. Give me a hot dog.
Stick around. Yeah, give me a Pepsi while you're out,
That's
too,
right.
Johnny. And as we look at those results, to answer the question of what Johnny was asking there about Trevor Bollinger, I'm looking down through right now, and I don't see him anywhere near a top 20. I'm into the 40s right now. There's Trevor Barrett.
Well, we're watching right here on the RacerTV.com cameras. Ashburn does not appear to be in a rush to get back in the race, so that would appear to indicate that his day is done. And just disappointed taking a seat in the pits.
Trevor Bollinger, 87th place overall.
Whoa, wow. Whoa, you really got to get top 20 to score any points at all. So that's going to hurt big time. Now, with the amount of time left, he might be able to make those spots up, but I think the bigger issue is, does he have more problems that they're trying to deal with down there in the pits?
It's a tough break for him for sure. Had a chance to talk with Johnny Campbell this morning about the new Honda that they have developed for the specific, this type of racing, the off-road racing, and they said that the platform that they're working with is a good one. I know that Austin Lee's really happy with his bike, with the program he's got going on with the XC2 part of that program now, and Trevor's ecstatic as well with what he's got going on there with the new bike for the XC1 class.
Right, and to say that those bikes came straight from notes that they made in this series a couple of years ago, and now they've got a fresh weapon, that's pretty cool to see Honda putting that kind of focus. Yeah, Johnny told me last week that's why Honda sent us here to the GNCCs to help develop this bike. But better luck next time. It was solid last week with the fourth. See the 113 coming through there. Bob it through the mud. We'll wait for an update on the lead pack.
Well, while we watch for updates there, let's check in with some of these other classes. Let's check in with the B classes we haven't had a chance to. Actually, this is our senior A class. Shotgun Sean Remington, a mainstay in GNCC racing through the vet classes and the senior classes now for the last decade plus, maybe two. He has a 25-second lead over Josley Cutilas, the number 376 out of Coconut Creek, Florida. Amesville, Ohio is home to Jeff Houston, the 409, who is in third place. Frank Tussle, the 88 out of Scotch Plains, New Jersey, in fourth. Todd Gates, the 999, rounds out your top five out of Eagle Bridge, New York. Sixth place, 755, Jeffrey Odell from Bennington, Vermont. Seventh place, 480, Shelby Dunson. He's out of Keystone Heights, Florida. The 103, Christian Broombaugh from Williamsburg, PA, is in the number 8 spot. Ninth place, Bob Bergman out of Romulus, Michigan. And the 880, Jeremy Dexter out of Nelsonville, Ohio, rounds out the top 10 in the senior A40-plus class. Now as we move to our next class, this is the Open B class we take a look at. Casey Moore out of Crystal River, Florida. There's one of the Florida boys we were talking about, leading this one by some 58 seconds over Gainesboro, Tennessee's number 741, Corey Jordan. As we look to third place, Timothy Whitmer, the number 356 out of Douglasville, Georgia, is third. Fourth place, 366, Austin Williams from Trafalgar, Indiana. In the 5 spot, Ethan Grieve out of Newville, PA on the 349. I think Ethan may have grabbed the whole shot in this class as we watch more on the screen there, and that mud hole out there. We'll check in with Colton Hale, the 963 from MacArthur, Ohio. In 6th place, Caleb Doors out of Laverne, Tennessee, the 478 in 7th place. Johnny Gallo, you got an update?
We got an update on Jordan Ashburn. We didn't want to stick a mic in his face. He's a little bit shaken up. It looks like he took a pretty bad crash. He is okay. Doesn't appear anything broken or majorly wrong, but he actually collided with a telephone pole and took a really hard hit. And out of respect for him, it appears the bike is in working order. His body is in working order, but his mind isn't all there at the moment. So we'll let him clear his head, and perhaps we can catch up with him a little bit later.
Well, hopefully everything's going to be all right for that young man. Telephone poles and racing sometimes just don't mix, especially whenever they come together like that. But I know that he is going to be a strong competitor. He'll work through it, and we'll see him back at it in a couple weeks here in Georgia. And right now, looking at Caleb Doors in the 7th place position, Open B class. Matt Bruffy, the 720 out of West Virginia, is 8th. Dawson Dobson, the 492 out of Alabama, is your 9th place ride. And it's Jacob Barnes out of Lancaster, Ohio, the 502, rounding out the top 10. As we go to a 250B bike class, these guys are due in. Their second lap should be checking in soon. Chase Sweda, the 223 from Flowery Branch, Georgia. If I remember right, he was one of the top competitors out of the first couple of turns there with the 585 of Blaine Kimry, whom I believe got the whole shot out of Charlotte, North Carolina in second. In the number 3 spot, Corey Roach, out of Plymouth, Massachusetts, in third. 4th place, 354, Evan Walker out of Plant City, Florida. 5th place, the 510, Jose Rodriguez out of Camo, Puerto Rico, welcoming the Puerto Ricans. We had a lot of those yesterday in the ATV racing. 6th place is Tommy Thompson. He's the 383 out of Keystone, Florida. Also, Brian Day in 7th place aboard the 284 out of Norton, Massachusetts. Jared Borge, 393 from Swansea, Massachusetts. Carbondale, Colorado, home to Joseph Lewis, the 406 and 252. Will Buskirk out of Orleans, Indiana, rounds out the top 10 250B class. 200B class, Benjamin Wright, leading out of Gillette, PA on the 154. Justin Snipes, the 360 out of Aiken, South Carolina, is second. 3rd place, 864, Brandon Keegan is out of Cole Center. Then 4th is 597, Noah Stewart from Martins Ferry, Ohio. Jacob Berard out of Winter Garden, Florida, 445 and 5th. Logan Stewart, 328 and 6 out of Alachua, Florida. Dobson, North Carolina, home to Bryson Jenkins, the 396 and 7th. And Evan Berard out of Winter Garden, Florida, the 446 is your 8th place ride. And we're joined in booth now by Nick Davis, one of the beta teammates of Jordan Ashburn, who unfortunately had to slide out of that one because of the incident a few moments ago. And actually, Nick is recovering from an incident yourself last week. Nick, I know we had some high hopes and good things starting out for you there last week, but some incidents and troubles arose too, it looked like.
Yeah, definitely. Ended up at Big Buck. I was running up front with the lead guys, and then got off to a pretty decent start and ended up crashing. So got life flighted out of there. For what it was, it turned out to be a lot better than what everybody thought. They thought I broke my femur and everything else, so ended up just dislocating my hip and everything. So looking at probably 6 to 8 weeks for full recovery, and I just came down here to support my team. It stinks for Ashburn, having to pull out, but I know he had a pretty hard get off, and Drew's riding my bike really well, and he's riding up front, so hopefully he can hold it together.
That's got to make you feel good whenever you get a substitute rider to ride your bike, and he does so well with it, huh?
Yeah, that's what I was picking on him before the race started. I said, hey, if you start fading back, I'm going to have to pull you off. I don't want to make that thing look bad.
Now, he is actually contracted, I guess, with you guys, Beta, to do the National Enduro Series, I understand. Is that it?
Yep. He's our National Enduro rider, and he also does the full gas sprint enduro, so he does some of them. And then he shouted out to me. He said, hey, man, I know you're hurt and hope you're doing well, and I was just interested in riding your bike if you'd be okay with it. I was like, heck yeah, man, ain't no sense letting it sit in the trailer. So she wants to be ran, and he's doing awesome. ripped an awesome hole
Yeah,
shot, and
yeah.
you know, he's staying up front. So hopefully, that storm we had blow in here really made this race pretty challenging. So you know, these riders are struggling, and I know it's tough. So hopefully, they can just keep her to the end.
What's the take you're getting through the pro pits right now? I know you're spending some time over there. What's the mindset with the rain and the changing conditions and stuff?
Well, you know, I've been about through every pit, and I know Stu Baylor come in. I gave him goggles, cleaned his face off, and he told me, he said it's a survival race for him. You know, he just kind of wants to get through it and move up as much as he can. And then you got guys like Ricky Russell. I mean, he's pinning it. He's riding really well, and I think he's going for it. You know, he has a little, you know, determination after last round. I know he didn't, you know, get the finish he wanted, and I think he's going out there, and he looks good. And Sipes as well, and Thad is, you know, on the move too, I believe. So they're all they're starting to separate themselves, you know.
Yep. So in the XC2 class, have you heard much going on back there other than what your rider's doing right now?
Yeah, XC2. I mean, Lane's out front. You know, he's looking good. But what it looks like to me, the man on the move is Josh Toth. You know, he looked behind a little bit on the first lap, and he come through that last lap. I mean, he got around Craig DeLong, and he's right there with Jesse Grome, and Lane was, you know, not too far out. So, you know, I think right now I was looking at lap times. I believe he pulled the fastest one in the class. So, you know, he's definitely, I think, one to watch for now.
No doubt. Now, what getting back to you and your progress, what does the next couple of weeks hold? I know that you're saying, what is it, 6 to 8 weeks, the doctor's talking, but you're leaning towards hoping to be able to be ready to be on the bike again in 2 weeks in Georgia.
Yeah, that's my goal. You know, this week I got to go back to South Carolina for an appointment on Tuesday, so get a checkup, and then just kind of go from there. You know, right now I can barely walk, so let alone ride a motorcycle. You know, but I just want to get on the bicycle, and get you know, get my leg back going and just see where it takes me.
Caleb Russell through the finish. There's Thad DUVALL checking in as well now, right behind him. And, man, this is almost the same case scenario we saw last week when Stu Baylor was behind Caleb. And Caleb's not one of those individuals that generally makes a lot of mistakes, or at least he doesn't show those mistakes. You hear him talk about them sometimes on the podium, but nobody ever sees him make these mistakes. You might hear him say, I went down here, I went down there. Well, last week, Stu Baylor was close enough. He saw that mistake, and he was able to capitalize. And we might have a same-case scenario going on here for Thad DUVALL if Caleb makes a mistake. But, hey, man, I would say that he's riding pretty calculated right now. He's not pushing the envelope. I think he knows what his mission is and his purpose is out there today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a reason why he's four-time GNCC national champion. You know, he knows what he's doing, and he's smart about it. And, you know, we'll see. He's proven himself, so we know we all can win, you know?
Yep, that's it. And it helps, I think, you know, to see these guys. There's Ricky Russell now making his way through as we see a little bit of a change-up going on there. Tough for Ricky, but, again, man, I think he's made some major strides here today and opened up a lot of eyes.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Ricky's doing good. He looks good on that Yamaha, and I think, you know, you'll see him up front a lot through the rest of this year, you know?
Yeah, I believe you're right, and I think Randy Hawkins saw it coming too. You know, he saw him a few years ago when they first brought him out from Washington, and then of course Ricky's, you know, had time here, time there on different brands and stuff. But now that he has got his race legs back under him, he's ready for the direction and guidance of Randy, and you can see that it's paying huge dividends already.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and I know they brought Whibley over for that team, and you know, he's obviously a champion himself, and him training you and you know, overseeing your program, I think that's a really good thing they got going for him. And I know like Toth works with Steve Hatch as well, and I work with him myself, and I know just being around them guys and the experience that they have, you know, they can really emphasize on what you're doing and how you can overtrain but yet undertrain, and they give you that perfect program.
Yeah, that's tough to find, man. I mean, you individually, I mean, you got to find that for yourself a lot of times, but how these guys are figuring out the training program, I mean, that's become a major part of GNCC racing. It's not a matter of coming down and getting bike fit and being able to race. I remember, you know, we used to start the season and people talk about being bike fit. I just got to get bike fit. I just got to ride a little bit more. Halfway through the season, it's going to be a whole different story. You don't hear those kind of stories anymore. That's not the approach that's taken at all.
No, for sure. I mean, I remember I used to ride for Fred Andrews, and he told me, he said, you know, we used to just ride, and he just pretty much put time on the bike, you know, maybe go for a run here or there. But boy, anymore. You know, I think when Juha Salmon came over and David Knight and them guys, they brought it to that next level. And now, I mean, we spend more time in the gym than we do on our motorcycles. You know, you gotta do the best of both worlds, but you gotta be in such good shape. These GNCCs are getting such big turnouts now, and they they get rougher and as you can see the carnage right now as they're getting stuck. But yeah, you got to be in shape, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and KAILUB is right there in amongst all that, actually, and that right there might pay huge dividends for the 989 of Thad DUVALL. I don't know what he was able to, if he was able to capitalize right there. There goes Thad DUVALL right now, and that's him right ahead of Caleb Russell, who just pulled into the pits right there. And Sipes is going by now, so we see Russell has dropped back to at least a third-place position, and here we go. That was not necessarily a mistake on the part of Caleb Russell, but what it was, he got himself in a bad situation, and it was capitalized on quick.
Yeah, definitely. You know, that really wasn't Caleb's fault, and he held his composure, you know, to only lose it to Thad and not to drop farther back, as Sipes looks like he's right there as well. So that's GNCC racing, you know. That's what makes it so interesting and fun. So that's you know, turning out to be a really good race right there with them three guys.
I think you're absolutely right. We're an hour and a half into this race, about the halfway point. There's Thad DUVALL, who is now your new leader here in the Sunshine State of Florida. And we are watching to see whether Caleb Russell and Ryan Sipes are going to be able to keep track of him now that he has got a little bit of free racetrack ahead of him. They got through that big congestion of riders through that mud hole. He might have a little bit of free racetrack ahead of him, and if that's the case, look out.
Yeah, I've done some off-season training with Thad, and man, his raw speed is pretty incredible. So if he gets out front and gets a clean track and he can go for it, you know, he might be able to gap it, you know, but just like what happened to Caleb can happen to him. So you never know. And like I said before, you know, Caleb's a 4-time GNCC champion, so he knows how to put himself in the right position to capitalize on that as well.
Most certainly does. Nick, I want to thank you for taking time to stop by and give us an update on what's going on, man. And you're welcome to stop back by anytime that you're not on the track. You're welcome to be in the booth anytime, man. I really enjoy your angle of what's going on out there, too.
Yeah, I appreciate it. You know, thanks a lot, guys, for letting me stop in and say hi. And, you know, just thanks for everybody that prayed for me this week, too, and everything. So it means a lot, so I appreciate it.
Not a problem. We appreciate you, buddy. That's Nick Davis, man. Nick is certainly going to be a force to be contended with when he gets back on the machine. And somebody else in the XC2 Pro Lights class that's going to be Pro 250 Pro class. Now, Chris Vendetti, who celebrated his 18th birthday in South Carolina, had such a phenomenal day of racing out there, joining us real quick here in the booth now. And, Chris, I got to ask you, brother, what are you doing in street clothes today, man?
Yesterday I ended up
just
stepping in a hole, and I ended up pulling a muscle in my leg, and it swelled up double, and it's not really worth it to come out here and take a chance of hurting it any worse.
Right. Well, I get it, man. So you're stuck being a spectator today then, huh?
Yep, that's it. I get to watch, and you know, there's a lot of deep ruts forming in the track, so I'm kind of glad I'm not out here right now, actually. It's really a challenge for a lot of these riders.
Stu Baylor in the pits right now. Let's see where he is right now as far as the standings. We have him now up to 6th place. Talk about salvage and some stuff there. He's doing a great job of that. He's 44.6 seconds behind Chris Bach right now. He turned a 30-minute, 19-second lap time, which basically translates into a 56-second faster lap time than Chris Bach at a 31.23. So in theory, Stu Baylor should be top 5 by the end of this next lap of racing if he continues at the pace that he's going at right now. Well, Chris, real quick, buddy, what was it like pro racing debut in that XC2 class last week, your 18th birthday? You got the whole shot. I mean, it was like just a grand day for you, huh?
Yeah, it felt great. You know, getting that whole shot definitely relieved some nerves for me going into it. When I went into the woods leading, it kind of calmed me down, and I was able to kind of breathe and just take a deep breath and go, all right, I'm here. Let's get to business and finish this 3-hour race. And, you know, that really helped me a lot. And my leg was already hurt, and I just finished it off, I guess, yesterday. But that's the whole reason I feel like I got 7th. I definitely know I can get in the top 5 and possibly contend for a podium finish throughout the year, but I just got to heal up my leg.
Well, Chris, I tell you what, it's certainly a pleasure to get reacquainted with you. I know you were dedicated to the motocross side of things, and then 2012 you found your way into the woods, and you found a new home here, man, and I'm glad you found it.
Yep. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Not a problem, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. We're going to talk to you some little more. I got us a halfway point to get through here. Mid-State Chevy Midway report we got to do. We also want to catch up with what's going on out there. Chris Vendetti, keep an eye out for this kid. He is going to be a force to be reckoned with. And, again, if you didn't hear earlier, we'll talk about this in a few moments. Did you hear the report that I made a few moments ago?
I caught the very, very tail end of it, and that was about it.
David Luongo and the folks from Ustring are here with us, the organizers of the Motocross MXGP. They have teamed up with MX Sports Racing, as we announced yesterday at the press conference at Daytona Supercross, a multi-year agreement for MX Sports Pro Racing and Ustream to jointly organize a Grand Prix Motocross annually on Labor Day. That venue will be announced, and I cannot wait. Into the pro pits we go now with some of these riders. So this is our XC2. That is the winner from last week, Josh Toth. He is 8th place overall right now. As we check in now, he is actually leading the XC2 Pro class. So Josh Toth making his way in for a pit stop with the reverse background number plates, green numbers and white background. He is your leader in that class. He is also running in an 8th place overall position at the moment. So things have really turned around for this young man right now.
Yeah, he is out there doing work. I don't think he was out in front early on in the race. So, yeah, he's
he
making
was
some
4th
moves.
place last I heard. Then we heard he was moving up, and there he is all the way up to the 1st place position. So good job for him, as we'll be catching him coming out of the pits here in just a couple of moments and watch him traverse his way through this mud section. There is the number 9 actually making his way around now. That's Craig DeLong. I have him posted at a 3rd place position in the XC2 250 Pro class. 4 seconds behind Toth, by the way, is Lane Michael, the 521. So if you're wondering about that, there goes Toth. We're watching him. We can pick him out with the green numbers and the white background there, just as we can Stu Baylor with the white background and red numbers out there on the racetrack today, as they were the points leaders heading into this class. And again, Stu 44 seconds behind Chris Bach. Lap times indicate that he should be able to break into a top 5, and that's going to be monumental whenever it comes to championship points, because if he takes a bad day like this and turns it around like that, that's going to be utterly amazing, and good news for him. And what he's going to have to hope for is just that things happen up front that keep him in contention. Maybe Thad gets this win today. That's going to give him a few extra points to buffer with there. And if Ryan Sipes and Ricky Russell can get around KAILUB Russell, then all of a sudden we have a really, really great opportunity for Stu's not-so-good finishing today being a lot more monumental than what it is. And speaking of Thad DUVALL out front and talking about turning things around from a week ago, he had some issues there. He rode that bike into just pretty much, he said, just had it all cross-wired up out there. He was riding it so hard. But nonetheless, he came back with a new attitude this weekend. We had a chance to catch up with him rolling into the weekend.
Yeah, it was going really well, and then just I had a little run-in with the lapper and bent my rear rotor, and we changed it, and, I felt like I had the speed to be able to run back to a podium contention. I knew I had to get going. I had made some passes pretty quick once I got the tire changed, and felt like I had good speed to get back up to at least try to run Ryan down maybe a little bit, and just had some bike malfunctions. So, it's something the team's never seen before, and, at the beginning of the year I told them if something's going to happen, it's going to happen to me. But, they were pretty upset about it. It's one of those things. It's part of racing, and, I'm not going to dwell on it when I know I've been working hard, and, I feel like we got everything figured out and ready to go for tomorrow, and I'm super excited. I've been in Florida for 2 months now, and I feel like I got the speed to go out and win tomorrow. And I'm not even going to think about the first round. I'm going to just think of this being the first round, just clean slate, and go out and have fun and try to win the race for sure.
Well, definitely the right attitude for Thad DUVALL there as we check in with some more riders coming through the mud hole. There's the 121 of CORY BUTTRICK, SRT KTM rider. That is actually Stu Baylor's teammate and former youth competitor as well. There's the kind of things that happen to KAILUB Russell.
Oh, yeah.
Rider goes down in front of him. He can't get by. And look at this. This is making time this is bad news for Corey Buttrick. He can't get through either. Look at the steam and the smoke that's rolling out there, and now Corey's stuck, and there's a whole host of people behind him, and now people are getting around Corey Buttrick, and you know that's got to be frustrating for him at this point, and anybody. And those are situations and circumstances that those mud holes that are going to arise, I think, as this day progresses, and it could be a game changer, to be honest with you, as far as the face of this race, and it has been. We saw the lead change there with KAILUB Russell a few moments ago. So let's give you a quick rundown of what's going on top 20-wise right now. And just overall, DUVALL's out front, Sipes, and then KAILUB Russell, Ricky Russell, Chris Bach, top 5. Stu Baylor up to 6, but he's pushing hard. He is a rider on the move right now. Going to keep an eye on him. Jonathan Giroir. Also, we got your leader in the XC2 250 class, 8th place overall, Josh Tothplane. Michael, second in that class, is 9th. Russell Bobbitt, XC1 rider, 10th overall. Grant Baylor is 11th overall. Craig DeLong in 12th overall. Tyler Medaglia, the 903 in 13th. Jesse Grom in 14th. Zach Hayes, the 22, is 15th. Michael Witkowski is 16th overall. Benjamin Kelly is 17th overall. Brendan Riordan is 18th overall in the 228. Jason Thomas, leader of the XC3, that FMF XC3 125 Pro-Am class, is 19th overall. Jack Edmondson is listed out of Waynesburg, PA, but we know that he is actually from across the way there, and he is riding on one of those Coastal Racing Husqvarnas, and he is holding on to a top 20 position overall right now.
Hey, guys, I'm down here in the Coastal Racing pits. I'm with Tyler King. You were just talking about Jack Edmondson, who is the leader in the XC3 class. You know, things are really busy down here in the Coastal pits, as they've got only 4 riders under this tent today, and all 4 of them battling for podium positions in either our XC1, XC2, or XC3 class. So we're here with the man behind it all, Tyler King. Tyler, it's kind of hectic down here. Been trying to get a word in with you for a few minutes. When I started down here, it was about 5 minutes ago, and you said, hey, I can't talk right now. I got Ryan Sipes coming in. And then I said, okay, I gave you a minute. And they said, okay, I can't talk right now. I got Craig DeLong and Lane Michael coming in. So I gave you another couple minutes, came back over, and you said, hey, I got to give Jack goggles. So you're finally done. The air traffic controlling is over. How is it with all this chaos going on down here?
It's good. We got a lot of help, so things roll pretty smooth, and the bikes are spread out enough that we get a little bit of a breather in between, keep things rolling smooth.
All right, well, you guys are making it look easy, obviously, right now. Ryan Sipes, I believe, in the second place position out there on the course, or third. He's battling inside the top 3. You got Lane Michael, who was leading the way in XC2. Now he's back into third place after his fuel stop. Craig DeLong leading the way. And again, Jack Edmondson over here from the UK, and he's leading the way in that XC3 class after winning that at the first round. So you guys are really establishing yourselves here as a powerhouse team, a second-year team. You know, how has it been to get this program up and rolling, and how do you guys keep all the balls in the air between the ATVs, the side-by-sides, and the motorcycles? And, you know, looking around, it looks to be a lot of family and, like you said, a lot of help, but still, that's got to be a lot to keep going.
Yeah, it's busy for sure, but like you said, family's the biggest thing. All the riders and their families are great. They all work really, really hard, and everybody puts in a strong effort to make things go better and smoother. So a strong group effort really makes things keep rolling.
Well, we'll keep watching this story as it unfolds throughout the rest of today, but as things stand right now, we would have 4 Coastal riders across our 3 podiums in XC1, XC2, and XC3. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that happened at the last, and that actually happened at the last round as well. So this is certainly something we need to keep an eye on. I don't know that we've ever seen this kind of consistency and this kind of domination out of one team. So the only thing that they're lacking right now is the wins, but I'm sure they're working on those today. Back to you, Rodney.
All right, thanks a lot. I have to wonder if having a team manager and I guess you would say some mentor, Barry Hawk, one of the greatest, if not the greatest GNCC racer of all time there, heading up your program, if that wouldn't give you a little bit of incentive. And not only that, a knowledge on how to win races and win championships. I mean, not only is he one of the most championships, but he also has, he's one of the all-time leaders on the all-time wins record in the record books as well, on both ATVs and motorcycles. So, yep, got a lot of experience there behind him, so that's certainly a good thing. Let's go ahead and take a look. Keep an eye, if you will, on this Mikey Wayne's, the monitor. I'm going to watch the scoring monitor. We have a mid-state Chevy Midway Report I want to get to talk about some of these classes. We talked about some of the A. We talked about some of the B. I'm going to go down through some of these Bs and finish those up if we have not. I may have gotten through all the Bs there a moment ago, and then we'll try to catch them in just a few minutes again. But certainly want to check in with these A classes as well. I'm actually going to start with the XC3, I believe. According to timing scoring, I know Johnny Gallagher said that Jack Edmondson is leading now out of England with Jason Thomas in second. But according to timing and scoring, it had Thomas and then Edmondson in second by 2.9 seconds. So Whibley back there in the number 3 position. He was 1 minute and 22 seconds back. That's kind of odd, especially when he was leading in the early part of this race. 1 minute and 58 seconds back is Florida's own Sandman, Garrett Edmondson, the 378. Fifth place, the 412, Mark Horesco out of Pittsburgh. That's with 3 laps in. Summers, Connecticut, home to Hunter Neuwirth. He's the 747, 6th place. He has 3 laps in also at this point. Still working on lap. Well, there's Dustin Gibson up from 9th now to 7th aboard the 911 from Van Leer, Tennessee. Then we got Nate Smith, the 429 out of Summers, Connecticut. Should be checking in 8th. Cody Gregg in 9th out of Lenore, North Carolina. And the 413, Tom Dexter out of Warren, Massachusetts. And there you go. That's the MF XC3 125 Pro-Am class. I keep seeing that Van Leer, Tennessee. And all I can think about is Loretta Lynn's
Yes.
song, The Van Leer Coal Mines. Daddy worked all night in the Van Leer Coal Mine. So, anyway, that's some pretty good stomping grounds for him to be from. That's no doubt about that. But it's funny how little things just kind of attract your attention sometimes. But and Van Leer is a nice little community down there in Tennessee as well. Good people. I love the state of Tennessee and all the people around there. But Open A class 300. And speaking of Tennessee, we got a Tennessean behind the controls. Miss Chelsea Taylor's also from down around the Bristol area, if I'm not mistaken. So she likes Tennessee as well. So Ben Parsons, the 300 out of Orlando, Florida, leading the Open A class. That's after 3 for him. He had a 41.5-second lead over Bryce Coster out of Sorrento here in Florida, the 712. Then Levi Keller, the 185 out of Ohio, was in 3rd. Cole Kirkhoff, the 262, in 4th. Landon Lynn rounded out your top 5. That was after 2 laps of racing complete there. In 6th place, Connor Smith, the 67. 7th place, the 27 of Brady Myers. 8th place, Evan Earl, the number 39. 9th place then was the 47, Zach Tussle. Rounding out the top 10, the 205 of Jacob Hines. Take a look next, 258 class. Jesse Ansley, who was 4th place at the end of that first lap, has now moved into the number 1 spot.
Wow.
And I told you that he was a former youth champion and a expected to be prodigy child, basically working his way through the ranks. And I'm not going to lie, a little bit surprised that Jesse was back in the 4th place position, but I knew it was still early in the race. He has now a 29-second lead over Jonathan Johnson out of Landrum, South Carolina, the 981. Then we've got the 990 of Cody Barnes out of Sterling, Illinois. Now, I do want to go and check the overall real quick here during this Mid-State Chevy Midway Report. We'll come back to the 258 class in just a second. But if I'm not mistaken, that might make that rider the top amateur now overall in a non-XC1, 2, or 3 class. 4-stroke A lights class. Nope, that's the 4-stroke A lights class leader is doing that. That's Cole Madison. But Jesse Ansley is actually 2nd in the top amateur overall right now, after pulling into the lead position of the 258 class. But Jonathan Johnson 2nd, Cody Barnes the 990 in 3rd, Brewer Cawley the 48 in 4th, and Alex Teagarden rounds out your top 5 258. 200A class after 3 for Cash Jacobs, the 95 from Sarasota here in Florida, had a 3-minute and 12-second lead at the end of lap 2. I'm sure that he may be able to extend that a little bit as Dalton Dan Seals, the 361 from Lexington, South Carolina, in the number 2 spot. 427, Johnny Manera out of Millville, New Jersey, there in 3rd. Alexander Lugar out of Orlando, Florida, 303 is 4th. 5th place, Hank Hayes. He got the whole shot, if I'm not mistaken, right there in 2nd. Out of Oakdale, Pennsylvania, there in that 200A class earlier. 6th place, Noah Stevens. Then Jamie Bakersfield, the 449 in 7th. Hunter Reimer, the 701 is 8th. Nathan Davis, the 463 in 9th. And Eli Childers, 339, rounds out your top 10. In the four-stroke A lights, Cole Madison is your top amateur, as we told you. After 3 laps, Tyler Braniff, 8 minutes and 40 seconds behind him. Wow. That's a massive lead there. Chris McManus running in the number 3 spot aboard the 151. And it's Colin Keegan, the number 50 in 4th. Braden Moore, the number 967 in 5th. Then 6 through 10, Troy Lieberman, the 82 in 6th. Brendan Poling, 326 in 7th. Connor Keegan, 85, 8th. Matt Tavani, 961 in 9th. And Cody Jeffers rounds out the top 10. Junior AB 25-plus class, Dustin Simpson, the 37 out of Mount Pleasant, North Carolina, leading the 4:53 is Sean Cunningham after 2 by a minute and 42 seconds. Cunningham then over Chris Crispin, the 4:33 by 3 minutes 26 seconds. Andrew Boggs, the 44, is 4th in the 5:44 of Lucas Towery, son of Ricky Towery, our finish line flagger and start man. The 5:44, Lucas is 5th. TJ Weber, 379 is 6th. Dylan Recchia is the 347 in 7th. Then Nick Labasco, 565 is 8th. Sammy Dorse, 852 in 9th. And Robbie Renner, 153, is the number 10. Do you recognize the name Renner by any chance from maybe freestyle motocross or anything like that?
You're absolutely right.
Well, Robbie, I believe, is that Ronnie Renner that does the freestyle? If I'm not
I think you're correct.
If it's not, then it's Robbie that does it. Either way, these boys, they're brothers. They ride together. They are Florida icons when it comes to racing, and good to see Robbie out here anyway racing with us today, and just a great opportunity to have the Renners out. I didn't see Mom or anyone out, but if she's at home watching, good to have you guys out, and I get to work with those folks down there at the Winter Olympics each and every Thanksgiving week. But Robbie Renner, good to see you out, buddy. That A-class, Joe Marsh, the 38 out of Indianola, Pennsylvania, leading Del Rector, the 401 after 2. He had a 26-second lead. Graham Mattis out of Rainham, Massachusetts. There's some more of those Northeasterners, 374 in 3rd. 4th place, 623, Rick Melise from Johnston, Rhode Island. William Scharf, the 372 from Sanford, Florida. My question is, when are we going to go to Massachusetts and Connecticut and put a GNCC on? We're getting a lot of folks coming down from there now, so we need to start going there. Nicholas Cardona, the 213 out of Arosa, Florida, is 6th. 428, Chris Durance is 7th. Then we got John Beaver, 436 and 8th. Jesse Arsenault, 277 and 9th. And rounding out the top 10, Chris Levin. There is Barry Hawk, one of the coastal greats right next to him, I believe. Is that Donnie Luce from Team Yamaha, the Yamaha factory representative? There's Randy Hawkins, AMA Hall of Famer off-roader there. And there's one of our radio update givers there with the helmet on the four-wheeler. That's Hollywood. David Kripe is his real name, but Hollywood is what we call him here at the races. So good to see these. It is David Kripe, believe it or not. Joe Marsh, Dale Rector, Graham Mattis, Rick Melise, and William Scharf, your top 5. Then Nick Cardona, Chris Stearns, John Beaver, Jesse Arsenault, Chris Levin. Again, that's your vet A. So let's go back and catch some of these B classes real quick. We ran through them a few moments ago, but Open B class, Casey Moore leading Corey Jordan. A minute 16 second between those two. Timothy Whitmire in 3rd. 4th place is Matt Bruffy. 5th place is Colton Hale. Dawson Dobson in 6th. Caleb Doors in 7th. 8th place Ethan Grieve. 9th place Jacob Barnes. And Devin Newkirk rounds out your top 10. Next, the 250B, Chase Suida leading Evan Walker there with Corey Roche in the number 3 spot. Jose Rodriguez in 4th. Thomas Thompson in 5th. Will Buskirk in 6th. Then we got Brian Day in 7th. Dylan Rutzel in 8th. Travis Berry is 9th. Matt Modick rounds out your top 10 250B class riders. 200B, Benjamin Wright, Justin Snipes. Actually, I think Benjamin got the whole shot in the 154. Justin Snipes running in the number 2 spot, a minute 43 back. He has a buffer about the same back to Brandon Keegan, the 864. Then Noah Stewart, the 597 is 4th. Logan Stewart, 328. Don't know if they're any relation or not. One's from Martins Ferry, Ohio, the other from Alachua, Florida. So the Stewart boys running 4th and 5th. And don't even know if they know each other. Bryson Jenkins, the 396 and 6th. 7th, Jacob Bernard. And 8th place is Evan Bernard. Those guys should know each other. They're both from Winter Garden, Florida. I'd say they're probably brothers, if truth be told. 4-stroke B lights, Bolton Biroth, Hunter Hart, who got the lead in that one early on, 3 minutes and 5 seconds back now. Adam Parker, 371 is 3rd. Dylan Box in 4th. And 5th place is Colton Brown. We got the reports now that Andrew DeLong is now ahead of Josh Toth in that XC2 Pro 250 class. And that should really make for some interesting racing. Talking about barn burners that Johnny Gallagher was mentioning there a little while ago, that's going to be another one going on there. Joe Spivey, 733, leading Joseph Nemeth, or behind Joseph Nemeth, who's 6th, 7th is Spivey. Zach Dewhurst is 8th. Kyle Caraway in 9th, and Austin Evans rounds out your top 10 4-stroke B lights class. Vet B 30-plus class, Dustin Menthesen. Florida boy leading Kevin Rammer out of Georgia in 2nd. Justin Bertoskevich is 3rd. Esteban Nevada is 4th. David Espinoza in 5th. Carson Meisenheimer in 6th. Man, I think they threw everybody's name that was tough to announce in one class. Sean Morris in 7th. There we get it easy. Scott Dowland in 8th. Jordan Overfield 9th. Stephen Young rounds out your top 10. Next B class we look at Senior B, Joe Kessler leading Kirk Lewis. William Lackey in 3rd. Kelly Laborde in 4th. Carlos Liza in 5th. John Kress is 6th. Eric Robinson in 7th. Devin Ferguson is 8th in the Senior B 40-plus class. And then, as we said, the long now out front of Josh Toth, according to reports that we're getting from the XC2 250 Pro class now. And I believe that probably will pretty much do it. We got XC3 we can tell you about again. Thomas Edmondson and Wibley. Garrett Edmiston. We got Edmonston and Edmiston. That's going to get confusing if they ride together much this year. But we're approaching an hour and 56 minutes into this one. By the way, Mark Carrasco rounds out the top 5. And we go to looking at what's going on here with the overall and when our leaders are due in. About 1 minute and 24 seconds. We will see there is the 314 Grant Baylor. We're watching him go by. And by the way, I want to say thanks to Mid-State Chevy for the Midway Report. They are located off of I-79 there at the Flatwoods exit in the heart of West Virginia. They stack them deep and sell them cheap. The official truck provider of GNCC. Be sure to mention us when you go there. Just got to talk to the right guy. Ask for Kenny, man. Say, I want to talk to Kenny. If you ain't giving me my deep dick truck discount for being a GNCCer, I want to talk to Kenny. So right now we wait patiently at the finish line. Johnny Gallagher joining us back here. And, Johnny, I tell you, man, nice new VANCE shoes to wear out here in the mud and rain, by the way, today.
You know, I started off with the best of intentions today. I had some mud boots. Put them on when I went out and checked out the track a little bit this morning. And then I knew I was going to need to be able to beat feet and get around here quickly. So I put my my beater Vans on and went out for this morning's 10 a.m. race to help out Becca. And at some point during the race, what had happened was I needed to go to the mud hole. I did not have time to go get my boots first. So we went to the mud hole and we went in. Wow. So these are the only other shoes that I have. The rest are packed away.
Those aren't your beater Vans.
No, these are the good ones. So these are my dinner shoes. So now, tonight when I go to dinner, I'm going to have to wear dirty shoes or I'm going to have to scrub them. But, you know, those are the struggles of GNCC racing. And it's we can deal with it if I need to. I got some flip-flops. We'll wear those to dinner. So
there you go. We are in sunny Florida. We're nearing, well, there we got 4 laps down. Caleb Russell and Thad Duvall back-to-back nearly. About 5 seconds separating those guys now. Lap times 30-10 and 30-13. 2 lap board is out, so we've got 2 laps to go in this one, Johnny Gallagher. That puts us about an hour out. We're an hour and 59 minutes into this one.
Now we see Ryan Sipes working his way in towards the finish line there. So we believe that is our 3rd place rider. So with Russell and Duvall in, you know, Rodney, this is starting to look eerily reminiscent of the end of 2016 when it was Caleb Russell and Thad Duvall who would seemingly finding each other about halfway through these races, and they would just lean on each other just about all the way to the finish and see who would crack. Now, at the end of 2016, Caleb Russell seemed to have the upper hand in that battle of who would crack first, but it's a new season. Thad's on a new team, and you have to wonder, is all that extra support coupled with the fact that Thad is going to be a little bit more fresh this week because of the fact that he didn't actually put in a whole lot of time on the track a week ago in South Carolina due to some mechanical issues that he had that set him out of that event early. So, again, you know, we may not get the 4-way battle to the finish that I was hoping for, but nonetheless, we've got 2 guys that are out there still wheel-to-wheel, and we still wait. Do we have our 4th place rider checked in yet?
No, we do not. And here's something, a point to ponder, Johnny. I wanted to point this out. 3.8 seconds is all that Ryan Sipes was behind those front 2 whenever they checked in at the end of lap 3. At the end of lap 4, he has lost about 50 seconds. 53.625 seconds is the gap between 2nd and 3rd now. He had a 1 minute and 15-second lead over Ricky Russell. Now, one thing to point out, Stu Baylor has been the rider on the move the last little bit. He was 45 seconds behind Chris Bach. He was running about a 52, 53-second faster lap time. So, in theory, we could see Stu Baylor inching into the top 5. And depending on what's going on there from third on back now, we might see Stu with another hour left to go. And knowing traditionally how hard he can push toward the end of the race like his baby brother there, Grant Baylor, we could see Stu Baylor maybe capture a podium before this day's over.
Yeah, you know, that's got to be Stu's goal at this point, you would think, you know, being that he has struggled. It looks like there is Ricky Russell on screen, so that should be our fourth-place rider, the number 212 Ampro Yamaha, as he works his way through the final chicane. Looks like he's got a tail, and it's Stu Baylor. Stu Baylor all over the back of Ricky Russell. That is definitely Baylor, folks. I can tell by the riding style. So Baylor now up into the fifth-place spot and all over the back of Ricky Russell, and these guys are no strangers to each other. Caleb Russell working his way through the mud hole here. Thad DUVALL, he's gotten Thad DUVALL just right back on those rear wheels. We did hear that he had opened up a small gap, but that has been erased. And wheel to wheel, so we got battles all over the track. We got that battle for the fourth-place spot between Ricky Russell and Stu Baylor, and we've got the battle for the lead between Caleb Russell and Thad DUVALL.
Well, only 1.5 seconds back. Massachusetts' Jonathan Giroir is in that number 6 spot right behind Stu Baylor right now, so he's latched on with him right now. So this is pretty interesting. The gap of 1 minute and 15 seconds now is a minute and 58 seconds between third and fourth place.
Rodney, I'll tell you what's interesting right now. Thad DUVALL in the pits. Caleb Russell is gone. Thad DUVALL was off of pit sequence, or else Caleb Russell was. So it looks like if Caleb Russell is done pitting, this is his opportunity to sprint and open up that gap on Thad, because Thad shook his head when he came around the corner and saw his jug out. Looked like he did not want to let Caleb Russell get away.
Well, Caleb, I know, is on a little different pitting strategy today. Whether that was by design from the beginning of the race or not, that's what happened once they got the ball rolling. As Caleb did stop a little early for goggles and gas and new gloves and things like that after the first lap. So that might be where the difference is, to be honest with you, because in reality, Thad didn't pit till the next lap after that. He kept going, made up some time on those guys.
Yeah, you know, Thad using that not pitting early as an advantage to get up there and get into that battle for lead. Unfortunately, now that with them being on opposite sequence, this is the opportunity for Caleb to open up that gap. But the flip side of that is we don't know for sure. Caleb Russell may, in fact, have to pit again. And if he does, then that would give Thad an opportunity that if he were able to close that gap, we know we're thick into lappers, we know we've got bottlenecks, we know we've got mud holes. If Thad DUVALL can make up that, say, 8-9 seconds that he has spotted Caleb Russell because of this pit, if he can make that up and get on the rear wheel of Caleb, and Caleb has to stop this next lap, Thad DUVALL, I would have to believe, is good to go to the finish after that last pit stop that he has just made. Now we see our third-place rider, the 264 Coastal Racing Husqvarna, Ryan Sipes, working his way down VP Fuels Pro Row. Don't expect to see him make a stop. He stopped last lap, got a complete changeover of goggles, got everything ready to go, filled up with fuel, and I believe Tyler King said he is good to go to the finish as well. So now it looks like all of these riders possibly will have to check in over at the KTM semi to see if Caleb Russell has enough fuel to make it to the end. If he does, those 3 riders all through VP Fuels Pro Row and headed towards what could be a finish without having to pit again. We'll wait, and our fourth-place rider should be working his way through here soon, and we'll be looking for the 212 of Ricky Russell on that Ampro Yamaha, and also the number 514 of Stu Baylor, who has made a charge. We know he was barely inside the top 10 at the end of the first lap, and then actually fell outside of the top 10 all the way back to 12th or 13th, and now he has charged his way up. He is solidly sitting in that 5th place spot and was all over the back of Ricky Russell for 4th when we saw him last, and they should be working their way through VP Fuels Pro Row here in just about any moment.
All right, here's some interesting points to ponder again. Stu Baylor turned a lap time of 30 minutes and 23 seconds. Go ahead.
Stu Baylor taking over the 4th place spot. They're in VP Fuels Pro Row. He is around, and you got to wonder now, what does he do at this point? Is he setting his sights on the number 264, Ryan Sipes, to potentially go after a podium? He has already gapped the 212 Ampro Yamaha, Ricky Russell.
All right, let's do the math right here, Johnny, as we did a few moments ago, detecting that we would see Stu Baylor into the number 5 spot at the end of lap number 4. If things continue the way they are, Stu Baylor is now into the number 4 spot. Doing the math right now, he is some 2 minutes behind Ryan Sipes. Here's the scenario. A 30-minute, 23-second lap time
for Stu Baylor. A 31:46. Oh, well, that was Ryan Sipes. I'm sorry, a 31:03. So 40 seconds faster is Stu Baylor than Ryan Sipes on that last lap around. Times that times 2. You're only going to get a little over a minute. That still leaves about probably 45, 50 seconds that he's still got to make up out there. What Stu's got to hope for is now that he's got into that 4th place position, he finds a little bit of clear racetrack, and that Ryan at the same time continues to maintain that 31-minute pace, maybe slow down to a 31:30. And if that's the case, by the time the checkers fly on this one, we could see that barn burner, that wheel-to-wheel bang-out session right to the checker flag for that final podium spot between Stu Baylor and Ryan Sipes.
You know, another thing that developed there, Rodney, when we saw Ricky Russell came in, he had already lost the rear wheel of Stu Baylor, so he lost his toe there. He came in, he stopped for fuel, and he spent a little bit extra time in there. Actually ended up losing that 5th place spot to Chris Bach. Chris Bach was able to take over that spot. So Ricky Russell, things starting to happen real fast, obviously. Was out there in the lead, riding well, and it looks as though he might have found a mud hole because we can see he was very well doused with water, that black mud. So you got to wonder if he got offline there or if it was just all the energy and effort that he put out in those first couple laps to lead the way, if it's taken its toll, because it appears that right now he's starting to kind of go backwards. But we know Ricky's capable of podiums. We know he's capable of good rides, so I'm sure he's going to dig his heels in and do everything that he can to try and maintain or salvage the best that he can points-wise today.
Can Caleb Russell maintain the lead to grab the first win of 2017? Will Thad Duvall surprise us all? And what about Stu Baylor? Stick around. GNCC Live continues after this.
Want to save money on AMSOIL products and receive special offers? Become an AMSOIL preferred customer. Visit AMSOIL.com/PC to learn more and join the family.
Whether you are looking for a 150 class or 600 class deer, X Factor Whitetails can suit your needs. We offer guided weapon of choice hunts for all groups of all sizes. From the time you arrive at our location, you'll get the 5-star service. We boast the capability of sleeping over 20 people comfortably.
And welcome back to GNCC Live from Palatka, Florida. Rodney Tomlin along with Johnny G. Gallagher and, of course, Mikey Waynes, the new voice of GNCC Racing, here with us as we are watching history unfold here today, Johnny. And again, man, it's just such an awesome feat to be able to come here and every day in every race that we watch, we know it has historical purposes, believe it or not, because every win that Caleb Russell makes puts him one win closer to being a 5-time GNCC champion, puts him closer to being the winningest GNCC bike rider of all time, and giving him the all-time wins record there. And not only that, but we also have the opportunity to see new names get to the top of the pack and take their first wins like we saw there last week. The historic, I think, possibilities each time that green flag waves is just unbelievable to me. But here we are today watching this bit of history unfold, and Caleb Russell is, again, showing exactly why this is a Caleb Russell era of GNCC. But what we are seeing is the life of all these guys behind them. They're starting to push. And, you know, back whenever you start thinking back and thinking, well, this guy, he had a chance at one time, but I'm kind of writing him off now. This guy's had a chance at one time. I'm kind of writing him off. One of the guys that we kind of maybe wrote off a little bit, not because of talent, not because of heart, or not because of desire, but because of his physical injuries that have been taking place with Stu Baylor. But amazingly, he's been able to turn things around, and we caught up with him, talked with him before this weekend's race.
You know, I think I surprised myself a lot. I had a lot of people talking coming into the race, you know, with a couple good results in the off season, and had a lot of people saying, you know, I think Baylor's going to be the one to watch, but I didn't want to listen to it because, you know, at the end of the day, I've got to keep my head on straight and go racing and do the best I can. So, you know, I had basically counted myself out for GNCC podiums the last couple years, and, you know, I got to the point where it was, you know, I almost thought about not being able to compete in the GNCCs anymore with my long history of injuries. So, you know, I came in wanting a podium and thinking with Josh still injured, you know, I was thinking that opens up another spot. You know, I might be able to slide in there, and I was really shooting for just the top 3. You know, when we talked, my picks were going to be KAILUB, Thad, and then hopefully myself. You know, when we talked before, I was saying I kind of thought that it would be me, Sipes, Grant, you know, all of us kind of mixed into the group and fighting for that 3rd place position. And you know, I just positioned myself good on the track, and when I got the pressure from KAILUB, when he reeled me back in, I think about 10 seconds, I was like, all right, this is it, you know, everything I've got. And when I was able to come out and stay in the lead, I was impressed with everything that I've done this offseason.
I don't think Stu was the only one that was impressed with what he did this offseason. I think everybody was. 45 pounds that man lost in 45 days. Talking to Nathaniel Martin, his new trainer, he called him right around Christmas and said, it's time to start. And he said, well, you've got to get down to 215. That's your fighting weight, buddy. And guess what? He made it. That's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's a tremendous accomplishment. There we see Davey Coombs, the man behind Racer X Illustrated, behind so many things that we all know and love in the motorcycle industry. That
and he was a big part of GNCC in the early days.
I was just going to say it started off all for him. It all started on the one of Big Dave's Honda Fat Cats riding around doing reporting on a steno tablet for the racing paper, which Davey himself started. Was a local publication in District 5, Pennsylvania. He started covering some GNCC stuff, obviously, with his parents. Big Dave and Rita running this series, owning Racer Productions and running the Weisco 100 Miler series, which evolved into the GNCCs. David Coombs himself, I can assure you, over the years, has strung a lot of those ribbons that you see in the background there. He's hung quite a few arrows, and now he stands atop the lofty perch above the FMF PowerPoint and looks down over the kingdom that you know, his family has created and pervade, and you know, what an accomplishment for those guys. So cool to see him get a moment on the camera there. And now back to the mud fleas as they work their way through the mud hole just behind the pro pits here. Looks to be possibly Witkowski there that was working his way through. But you know, you were saying, Rodney, with Stu Baylor, you know, his monumental weight loss, his preparation coming into this season, how things have kind of panned out for him. Everything that's kind of gone right is a product of all the effort, all the work that he's put in. And when you start to work that hard, you start to expect more from yourself and from those around you. And obviously it paid off for him in a big way just a week ago in South Carolina. Certainly knew that was no fluke. But, you know, looking like right now it would be a solid day for him to be able to back this up, even with his 4th place ride. You know, that would be a good solid points day for him. Surely not what he was looking for coming in. You know, and there is still potential for better. But, you know, that's still a good, solid finish in conditions like this.
The question that I have, Johnny, is as monumental and as big as that win was last week, obviously it was huge. Could today's race, especially moving up to 4th, and maybe if things go right, can maybe challenge for a 3rd place, and if he gets on the podium, would today's race be as monumental from coming back from so far, would you think, and salvaging what looked like a completely lost day from the beginning?
Well, yeah, actually, no. I don't think it would be as monumental, but here's why. I think what Stu did last weekend was he put himself on the map. You know, not that he wasn't already there. Obviously, we know the Baylors are fast. We know he's got the skills. We know he's got the potential. But last weekend, what he proved is that he can win races. So in terms of big statements, in terms of what the magazines, what social media, what, you know, the casual observer sees, what Stu Baylor did last weekend, coming out, going toe-to-toe with Caleb Russell and getting a win was huge. But the people that are really watching this, the people that are kind of the ones that are saying, well, you know, hey, these are the guys that are going to contend for championships, and these are the guys that are really going to keep themselves on the map. Let me tell you what this weekend would do. Oh, look at this. We got some contact in the VP Fuels Pro Row. This would do wonders for Stu Baylor because not only would it prove that he's capable of going fast and winning, but as you pointed out, it would prove that even on his bad days, he's capable of either being on the podium or contending for it, which, as we all know, it's an old saying. It sounds so silly, but championships are won on your bad days. And I think, you know, based off of last week's standards at least, surely we would have to say this is a bad day for Stu Baylor right now. As far back as he started, to be able to climb his way up like this is proving that he could become the kind of rider, or may already be the kind of rider, that can salvage podiums on his bad days, in which case that makes you a championship contender.
It most certainly does, and I think those are neat words to add with that name.
Now we're talking.
Wow. Somebody found the deep hole water out there. They listened to the mud fleas, did they not? some of those guys out there send you the wrong way. But you know what? They dove right in and got him right out. That's the cool thing about that kind of stuff. But right now, if you're keeping an eye and tracking time right now, we are 2 hours and 15.5 minutes in, about 13 minutes out, and rain starting to fall.
Rain starting to fall. That's an unexpected development.
Only 1 second separating Thad DUVALL from Caleb Russell as they made their way through the FMF PowerPoint. And that's what I mentioned. You know, even though Caleb was stretching it out there, there's a lot of factors that could tighten that right back up, and that's exactly what we're seeing happen out there. Now, does that play big dividends for maybe Stu Baylor at this point if Ryan Sipes gets caught up in maybe the same kind of mix that is kind of keeping those guys together? Will and Ryan not having anybody to key off of to try and chase and not have anyone pushing him, so he might be kind of falling into kind of a zone there. And he might get surprised if Stu picks up that pace and he slows down any whatsoever. There through the pro pits now goes to 123 of Austin Lee.
You know, Rodney, I think you hit the nail on the head when you said the, you know, kind of the key is for Ryan Sipes not having anybody to key off of. You know, his pit crew down there in the Coastal Racing Husky pits, they need to do everything they can to keep Ryan Sipes abreast of where he's at and what's going on, because they've got a shark in the water lurking. You know, and right now it might seem like a comfortable margin of a minute 40 or whatever it is back from Sipes back to Baylor. But Baylor's on the charge. He's been working his way forward, especially these last 2 laps. Been really hard on the gas. He's moving forward. His lap times are good, and he's aggressive. Ryan Sipes has fallen off the back of that Caleb Russell and Thad DUVALL train. Not that Ryan Sipes isn't absolutely hauling out there, because he is. He's flying. But it's easy when you're comfortably in that podium position. You know, Sipes, probably things are kind of panning out in his head right now. He's looking at that gap. He's seeing those pit boards, and he's upwards of a minute down on those leaders right now. And he's thinking, man, I don't know if I've got it left in me to put a charge in to battle for a podium or to battle for the win. So I'm just going to settle into this podium pace. Well, they better keep him on the charge, because if not, he might have a big number 514 in his rear view real quick.
That's very true. Again, just giving you an idea what's been going on with lap times. Last time around, Caleb Russell a 30-minute, 10-second lap time. Thad DUVALL a 30-13. He was only 4.8 seconds behind, so he's kept in check with him. A 31.03. That's almost probably about 45, 50 seconds slower than what Thad DUVALL turned right there. Then we go to Ricky Russell. We had a 31.46. But Stu Baylor, who has now taken over the 4th-place position after getting past Ricky Russell, had a 30-minute, 23-second lap time. That is 40 seconds faster, as we told you, than what Ryan Sipes was. So depending on what happens with Ryan and whether or not Stu can keep momentum going forward as to whether or not he's going to be able to catch up with him. But I do got to commend Ricky Russell on his ride today. Even though he is back to the number 5 position at this point, he has really put in a stellar performance, and I think we've only seen the tip of the iceberg of what the Rough and Rowdy one is going to bring here in 2017.
Yeah, you know, at the end of 2016, Ricky Russell was a rider that we had gotten to the point where we expected to see him on the podium. You know, he was doing it week in and week out. He was proving that, you know, he that first one, everybody kind of, I don't want to say felt like he got lucky, but he was in the right spot on the right day. Some guys had some issues, and then he fought his way to another podium just 2 weeks later, and then it just became a regular thing. So, you know, Ricky Russell, although obviously, you know, had a great ride early today, leading much of this race, and is still solidly in about that 6th place spot, possibly 5th. He seems to be back and forth with Bach there over that spot. I can assure you Ricky Russell will not be happy with today. You know, he came into this season wanting podiums, expecting podiums, and, you know, with a new team around him, you know, full factory effort there with that Ampro Yamaha team, you know, he was wanting and expecting podiums. So for him today to lead and to fall back into that 6th place spot, although it's a solid effort, better, you know, he's kind of making those steps, getting more comfortable with the bike and with that team. I can assure you he's going to head home and be looking at what it takes for him to be back up in there battling with Ryan Sipes and Caleb Russell and Thad DUVALL, and hopefully podiuming or possibly even winning these GNCC races.
Well, last report we got as far as the XC2 250 Pro class is concerned, Craig DeLong had gotten around Toth, from what I understand, and he was leading. Lane Michaels still back in 3rd. Grom in the number 4 spot, while Zach Hayes rounded out the top 5. We see Michael Witkowski in 6th, Benjamin Kelly in 7th, Austin Lee, who was in the pits there a few moments ago out of Bedford, Indiana. The JCR rider was 8th place. The 295 Jesper in 9th place, and Dylan Rash, the 26 machine, rounding out your top 10 in the XC2 250 Pro class. That XC3, the FMF XC3 125 Pro-Am division, Jason Thomas, Jack Edmondson, Paul Whibley, 1, 2, and 3. We still got ourselves a all-international podium there, and we have those 3 riders with 4 laps complete, 6 seconds separating Jack and Jason, and a minute 9, caught 10 seconds back then to Paul Whibley. Garrett Edmonston was another couple minutes back on it, but now it's dropped behind. Mark Horesco is the 412 machine out to Pittsburgh, is now 8 minutes and 30 seconds behind Paul Whibley in the number 4 spot. Wow. Talk about some separation there. I guess the experience of Thomas Edmonston and Whibley are paying huge dividends here today in this wet Florida sand, it looks like, Johnny.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and that was our same podium at the first round just
There's
a week
the
ago
Sandman right
in
there in the
South
pits.
Carolina. Yeah, it looks like he's not going to be making up any ground if he's in there in the pits.
Nope, he's not.
But Thomas, you know, leading the way today, and Jack Edmondson was able to get the better of him just a week ago. I know Jason Thomas said he was kind of gassed at the end of that one, and it was tough for him. He said working a full-time working man's job and having to come out and race on the weekends. He said that was all he had to give. So obviously went home and dug deep and laid into this one. He's leading the way, but with still 2 laps remaining for those guys, or about a lap and a half now. You know, we'll have to see with only 6 seconds separating those two. Is Edmondson going to be able to reel him back in and wrestle that lead back away from the elder statesman?
Well, like I said, I thought I saw Garrett actually rolling behind the pro pits over there with his helmet off. And if that's the case, then he's obviously out of this one, as we see riders making their way through right now. And I've seen a number 5. That's Trevor Bollinger, but that was not Trevor Bollinger I just saw right there a moment ago. So let's take a look at this. Let's see where we are with this pros and when they're going to be in, so folks can start planning accordingly. 6 minutes, 25 seconds. We should be seeing a white flag come out. There we'll see KAILUB Russell and Thad Duvall. Last check, they were pretty much nip and tuck and still sort of nose to tail there, with Ryan Sipes about 53 seconds back in the number 3 spot. Again, there was a 2-minute gap back to the 4th place position, which is now held by Stu Baylor at last check. And with that being said, 2 minutes is an awful lot to make up, though he was running a faster lap time, only 40 seconds faster, so he's going to have to find a little bit more out there, and we're waiting to see whether or not he is inching towards finding that little bit more out there as they work their way here toward the finish line shortly.
See, Trevor Bollinger has checked in with 4 laps complete now, 43rd overall.
Wow,
so
that's up from 86th a little while ago, man.
Up from 86, but still a long way to go to score a point. So as we look at this here, 20th overall is CORY Buttrick, who is his elapsed time was 15. Oh, I'm sorry. Elapsed time for CORY Buttrick was 2 hours and 10 minutes, 43 seconds. If we come down here all the way down to 43rd overall, we'll find Trevor Bollinger with 2 hours, 19 minutes, 57 seconds. So a long way to go. We got about 9 minutes to make up. Not looking like Bollinger going to be able to score any points today. I know that was the goal for the JCR team. They wanted to get him up into that top 20 to try and score points, but unfortunately, when you lose that much time on the first lap and put yourself that far back, it's just too big of a hole to dig out of. But he'll keep out there. He's got 2 laps left. It looks like they're talking to him now. It just doesn't look like they're going to be able to get the job done today. But Bollinger not going to give up on it. He's going to keep pushing and at least get some seat time and get ready to go for our next round in Georgia, just 2 weeks away.
Every little bit of experience and testing that you can do during the racing is going to pay huge dividends for later on. So rightfully so, Johnny Campbell and the folks are keeping Trevor out there in the thick of things in hopes of bettering. And hey, who knows what's going to happen in this last lap? He could gain 20 positions pretty easy. Trevor's pretty fast himself, and he moves up through the pack on the last lap. I mean, we saw it in the XC2 Pro class last year, where he just worked his way up through the packs, especially late in the race. He seemed to become faster and faster and faster. So 2 hours and 25 minutes now into this race. We're less than 4 minutes out from seeing a white flag as we watch here at the finish line region itself. And check in with some of these riders that make their way through as that rider checks in. If you're wondering who that is, that was Nathan Thornhill out of Pex Mill, West Virginia. He's a XC2 Pro rider there, that 250 Pro rider. And where is Nathan Thornhill as far as the XC2 Pro class is concerned? Wow, he is in 19th place back there with 4 laps complete. That XC2 class, another big class this weekend, as I think we saw nearly 30 entries in that class alone. And I'll be honest, 28 is what we have coming around for 1 lap complete. And I got to be honest with you, I thought with the addition of the XC3 125 class that was going to bring things, you know, thin those numbers out. We had a lot of guys move up from XC2 to XC1, so I thought that was going to maybe tighten things up or thin things out a little bit for that XC2 class. That's not the case. It's still a very popular class. Just noticed right here in front of us, Johnny, is it raining where you're at right now?
It is, in fact, raining again. So it was drizzling just a moment ago, and now the raindrops are getting a bit larger and a bit heavier. So you got to wonder, you know, how this is going to play in. We saw early in the race these guys were having to make some pit stops for goggles, changing those out to try and get some clear vision. Well, that could play again here at the end. But with the battle for the lead that we've got going on, we don't know exactly how that might play into who ends up winning this thing between Thad DUVALL and KAILUB Russell. Also possibly those podium positions between Ryan Sipes and Stu Baylor. We've got so many things still up in the air. We got that XC2 battle, and now we got the raindrops in the mix, making it even more exciting.
2 minutes before we expect to see KAILUB Russell in at the finish line with 5 laps complete. We're working on lap number 5 right now. Last time around, KAILUB turned a 30-minute, 10-second lap. It'll be interesting to see as we watch, I think that's one of Thad's old bikes, actually, making its way around the racetrack through the mud holes there. But as we watch and wait patiently here to see whether or not KAILUB is able to maintain that lap time, whether he gets faster or whether things slow down for him. Also, same thing for Thad, Ryan, and, of course, Stu Baylor.
So we're watching and we're waiting as this battle unfolds. We know we've got less than 4 minutes until we're expecting to see our leaders in here. So we've got a lot of things going on, stories developing, and we're trying to get some updates on our podium positions right now as they run. But with the storm rolling in, the rain is coming, and we're getting some updates as we go.
Well, I'm not real sure what the extent of things are, but it does sound like that possibly. I just heard, and they said that someone's down and they've got people on the way out. I don't know how bad it is, if he's back up and rolling yet, but we do know, and it sounds like that maybe if I heard that properly and got that confirmation the way that I think that I did, that Ryan Sipes might actually have taken a digger out there. We're waiting again to totally confirm that, as right there is your leaders checking in at the finish line. KAILUB Russell, 1.9 second behind him, Thad DUVALL, and here with... So right now, getting reports from over at the finish line. I'm going to kind of monitor this radio, Mikey, see what's going on. And I'm not real sure, but we'll find out whether or not Ryan's going to be through. If not, then that's going to bring Stu Baylor into that third-place position in which we were talking about there a little bit ago. And it will be one without actually having to put himself in a challenge position. And that's a tough break for Ryan if that's the case. Big break for Stu Baylor, though, if that is the case as well. And all of a sudden, what looked like a wash day in the early part of this race has completely turned around. And whether or not you wondered if Stu Baylor was a true contender, I think this day is going to answer that question for you folks. Can Stu ride in the rough conditions with his wrists the way that they are? I think that you're going to have the question answered today. I think one of the roughest tracks we faced so far in quite some time was last week in South Carolina after talking to some folks. Not sure how it's going to stack up against Florida here this year and this week, but I can say that it looks like that if things continue on the path and pattern that it is right now, Stu Baylor is going to be and is a contender for this 2017 AMSOIL GNCC title.
Yeah, thinking of Stu, I mean, I think his team talked earlier about this as what they called a survival race early on. Man, if survival means taking third place on the podium, wow, I think he'll be pretty happy and content with that. I mean, that's a heck of a move for him. Unfortunate day for what it sounds like Ryan Sipes, but hey, to Stu Baylor's benefit, might open up the door for him to move into that third place podium position.
You know, it's as things are developing here, we're trying to get some updates. Obviously, with the communication being rough, these guys are out in the woods. They're far miles away from us at times, so we're trying to get updates and find out exactly where everybody's at. But it's sounding like Stu Baylor has taken over that third place spot. So we don't know if Ryan Sipes is still circulating or there's been an issue. We don't want to speculate until we get exact information. But we are told from the track crew that it sounds like Stu Baylor has taken over that third place spot. Again, we have to take into consideration it's possible they may have missed Sipes, but it looks like as they run right now, it is KAILUB Russell leading the way, Thad DUVALL in second, and here they are on screen just as we say that. KAILUB Russell working his way through the mud hole behind the pro pits. Thad DUVALL glued to his rear wheel, and we didn't see it on screen, I don't believe, but they should have gotten the white flag, I do believe.
Correct.
So they are working their way. This will be their last time through this mud hole, and they're charging hard, and these guys are off through the final miles of racing. Now, interesting thing to point out, they're working their way towards the VP Fuels Pro Row right now. I don't see any dump cans out, which I believe is going to mean that KAILUB Russell can go the distance. He does not appear to be stopping for fuel. He does grab a bottle from his wife, Chandler. Thad DUVALL up alongside, trying to make the pass on the outside. The Rockstar Husky guys are waving the towels, but KAILUB Russell hangs on to the lead.
Well, we answer the question now whether or not KAILUB Russell is going to have to pit one more time or not. They didn't even act like they were even thinking about a pit stop there for KR as he went by the KTM pits there. So it's an all-out war and drag race here from this word on. And we were talking and heard just a few moments ago, Stu Baylor going through the finish line right now. So the confirmation is there that Science did experience some troubles out there. We heard that he had gone down, and that does seem to be the case. Do not know the extent of that, if it's bad or if how not bad it is. But anyway, Baylor has moved into that third place position, and he is now 3 minutes 48 seconds behind Thad DUVALL. But I think any and everything that rider might have set out to do today, he has accomplished. And watching that interview a little while ago, he felt himself as a third-place rider going into South Carolina. After winning that, I'm sure he thought a little bit different. And even after charging like he has today, and even if he only finishes third place, he still has to feel like a winner after this race today.
Absolutely, you know, and Ricky Russell working his way through now. Looks like he is, well, let's see, as we check in, Russell is in that fifth place spot. I'm sorry. Yes, in that fifth place spot. So Chris Bach now has bumped up to the fourth place spot. We still have not seen Ryan Sipes check in with his fifth lap complete, so we're only showing 4 laps for him. We're trying to get an update on exactly what the status of things are. We do know that he has experienced an issue out on the course. We're trying to get an update and find out exactly what's going on there. But KAILUB Russell leading the way with a 1.9 second lead over Thad DUVALL. Stu Baylor in third, again, 3 minutes 48 seconds behind DUVALL, but solidly into a podium position. But Chris Bach, look at that, only 26 seconds behind Baylor. So it looks like Bach now putting in a charge. And as we look at those lap times, it looks like, it looks like Baylor was a little bit quicker than Bach that lap.
But only 14 seconds.
By about 14 seconds. So,
and I saw that, too, and I saw that he's only 26 seconds behind Stu Baylor at this particular point. So in the grand scheme of things, if he can get things to actually pick up, Stu makes a mistake, gets in some of that lap traffic, all of a sudden Stu Baylor's in trouble for that third place position now.
Yeah, just as quickly as you get it, you know, you can have it taken away. And this is obviously crazy racing out there with lappers. And, you know, this course is getting brutal. You know, we're trying to get updates on as many of these top riders as we can. But what we do know right now is the top 5, KAILUB Russell, Thad DUVALL, Stu Baylor, Chris Bach, and Ricky Russell. We wait for our 6th place rider, which last lap was Ricky Russell. This lap we know Ryan Sipes has dropped out of that 3rd place spot, and if he is the next rider, he would be 6th. We're waiting on that update to find out exactly what's going on there. Then we're also waiting on John Gerard. We're waiting on that XC2 Torrid battle we have over the lead between Josh Toth, Craig DeLong. Last we saw, it was DeLong who was leading the way, or at least last update we had from out on the course. On screen, it looks as though Toth is leading, so we got to kind of keep that updated as that evolves. We'll get as many updates as
Oops, sorry.
We'll get as many updates as we can throughout this final lap of racing. You know, with that, and obviously back there in the 3rd place spot is Lane Michael. So here we see on screen coming to the mud hole the 5:14 reverse numbers of Stu Baylor in third place. He's working his way through. This will be his last time through this water hole. He's just trying to safely navigate this, and we'll get a split if we can here back to Chris Bach over that final podium spot. So Baylor headed into the woods at 43:18 on my watch, and we're waiting and watching for the 984 of Chris Bach, and there he is. So this is looking like it should be around that 26 seconds or so. Rodney, I'm actually going to step out of the booth here and go cheer these guys on as they come by, so you can take over. It's 43:35, so actually it's about 20 seconds now, and it looks like Baylor is in the pit, so this one's really going to be close.
It most certainly is. And Johnny, cheer him on there, buddy, as Baylor is in the pits, but it was a quick pit stop for that rider, and I don't think anybody's going to be able to make up a whole lot of ground and a whole lot of time right there. As we see Chris Bach making his way down Pro Row now, the VP Fuels Pro Row on the 984 machine as he lays chase to Stu Baylor. We could see ourselves with a major third place battle here in about 20 minutes. Leaders are out about 21-27 from what we expect to be them in for the checker flag. DUVALL still hot on the rear wheel. 4 bike lengths, what Hollywood told us at the 1 mile marker. We saw them again there in the VP Fuels Pro Row. It was pretty much nose to tail there as well as they went down through, and we continue to wait with bated breath for those updates. Baylor, Bach, Russell, Toth, and real quick, looking at some of these other classes to see what kind of changes we may have had or are looking at. Toth and DeLong, again, 5 seconds apart as they have checked in now with 5 laps complete themselves. Josh Toth is still out front there. He turned a 30-minute, 57-second lap time, a 30-minute, 59-second lap time for Craig DeLong. So these guys are basically running virtual lap times out there nose to tail in the XC2 250 Pro class, the 16 to 24-year-old division. And, man, what a great scenario we're watching unfold here for this particular battle in the XC2 250 Pro class. Craig DeLong is showing the muscle and the worth and the hunger and desire that we know he has certainly got. And we see that Josh Toth, who brought it with him there last year as well, is bringing it as well. He's got that points lead coming into this round after that first race win. He's wanting to continue to maintain that points lead. We're going to have to wait and see whether or not that's happening, whether or not that we know that it's going to be 28 minutes before they come through for a checker flag. So I tell you, folks, there's a lot of things still to go over the course of that 28 minutes and over as well the course of the next 19 and a half minutes. Can Thad DUVALL chase and track down or pass Caleb Russell? He's already got him tracked down. Will Chris Bach play spoiler for Stu Baylor? Stick around. GNCC Live continues after this.
Evans waterless coolant is the solution to boiling over, so you can push your vehicle like this, and this, and this, without fearing the temperature gauge. Evans waterless coolant. Defeat the heat.
Hey guys, I'm Tim Geiser riding for Honda Garibaldi Racing Team, and we are using Evans cooling, and I know that when I use that products, I know that my bike never will overheat, so I'm really happy with it.
Razor, Ranger, Sportsman, Ace. If you live for the outdoors, there's a Polaris to match your passion. Confident, comfortable, capable. That's Ace. With a solo cockpit, automotive controls, independent suspension, all-wheel drive, and up to 45 horses of fuel-injected power. Calling it revolutionary would be an understatement. Polaris, the world leader in off-road innovation.
And welcome back to GNCC Live as we pick the action up here at the mud hole in one of these couple of gnarly positions on the racetrack. We're waiting for our leaders in the XC2 Pro 250 class to check in with us, and we're talking about the likes of Josh Toth battling out there with that second place rider right now, and we know that is Craig DeLong. We also have the same case scenario shaping up there for the number 1 position in the XC1 and XC2. There's Josh Toth making his way around. Now, last time through, 5 seconds is what we were looking at for Craig DeLong back in that number 2 spot, and that looks to be about what it was. I believe Craig just went by there as well, so that would be the gap of 5 seconds that we anticipate and expect to see, and I think we'll probably be seeing these guys through the pits here pretty soon as well. Oh, that's after the pits. That's the second mud hole. Sorry about that, guys. So we've already seen it go through the pits, but regardless, Toth and DeLong have still got themselves a great battle to wage here on the final lap. Lane Michael has checked in now, the 2 minutes and 44 seconds behind in the number 3 position. Still holding steady there. He had a near 2-minute lead over Jesse Grom, the number 15, at the end of lap number 4. We'll wait to see whether or not Jesse has been able to make up any ground out there right now as we, again, go back and check our timing and scoring for the XC1 Pro. And the overall, we're 17 minutes, less than 17 minutes out. So we're getting a report now that Caleb Russell does have a little bit of a gap starting to open up over Thad in the open field sections. We'll see whether or not that tightens back up whenever they hit some of these tighter woods and so forth. 1.9 seconds, basically nose to tail in the world of off-road GNCC racing when you see that. And believe it or not, folks, we are approaching a 3-hour race mark here. And we've got riders that are within 2 to 3 seconds of each other. Think about the intensity at which these riders are racing. They're not out on a trail ride today. And talk about impressive feats that these riders are able to accomplish. That is what we're witnessing here today in the sands of Florida, as every one of these riders appear to be reaching and digging deep to try to find the best in themselves. There's Lane Michael making his way through now. That is your third place ride in the XC2 Pro class with that 250 Pro class. And, of course, Lane Michael on that Coastal Racing Yamaha, just kind of keeping him to himself. And looks like maybe he's got this one dialed in for the day and knows that he can take this one on home for a third place and salvage what he can out of this day, as Lane Michael makes his way now down through the VP Fuels Pro Row. Just a little nod and a wave from the boys at the Coastal tent there in the semi, as they know it's just a lap to go, and this one will be in the history books, and Lane will either make it happen or he won't, and the way things are looking, he's going to make it happen. The top 3 is not a win necessarily for third place, but Lane Michael knows as much as anybody, sometimes whenever you have these kind of days, that that's how you win these championships. He's going to figure that out. He's not won his championship yet, but he's won some back as a youth, so he's trying to relive the favors from those days, it looks like, as we roll on here now. 2 hours and 43 minutes into this race. Less than 15 minutes to go as fans are beginning to make their way from off the racetrack and down towards the podium region right now. There is the 15 of Jesse Grom making his way through now. XC2 Pro lights. That is your fourth place, XC2 250 Pro, I should say. Your fourth place rider there. He is 10th place overall, Grom is, aboard the number 15. And looks like Lane Michael is 9th overall. Now, right behind Jesse Grom is about a minute gap to Drew Kiggins, the 285, the beta rider that is filling in for Nick Davis. And that is a top 5 position for him. And I have to think and venture to believe that with these strong of performances, we're going to get a chance to see this rider in GNCC a little more often in the future. So we continue to watch and wait here as we get organized for our podium presentations. And it's going to be a great podium down there, folks. So we hope that you make your way down and are as eager as we are to hear the stories that these riders have to tell. Ryan Sipes has still not checked in, so obviously the reports that we got are of a true nature. Have not heard any reports of any injuries or the extent of anything. As soon as we know something, or if we do on broadcast, we will pass it along as soon as we can. Otherwise, watch social media and also watch GNCCRacing.com. And speaking of Ryan Sipes, he had some high hopes and some great expectations coming in to not only this weekend, but to the 2017 season. Stand by, we got an update.
Still a 4-second lead. Caleb Russell over Thad DUVALL. All-out battle.
10-4. What mile marker is that, Hollywood?
That'd be the 8-mile mark.
10-4. So we're only a couple of miles, few miles from the finish, maybe about 4 miles. And as we were saying, Ryan Sipes had some high hopes and some big expectations coming into this season and to this race this weekend. We caught up with him before the race.
Yeah, for sure. Last year was just tough for me. Not getting the results I wanted, and the way it ended, getting hurt, and I was pretty ticked off. I wanted to, I don't want it to be like that. So I worked really hard this winter and put a lot of time in, and it was good. It paid off pretty good last weekend, and I think it's going to be better all the way around this year. Yeah, this track is for sure unique. We never have this deep of sand at any other place, but it's really fun. Like last year, I didn't like the track as much, but the first year I really liked it here. It was rough. It was super rough, and it was hard, but it flowed really well. Last year was pretty tight, and I didn't like that. So hopefully they open it up a little bit more this year, but it's definitely different than any other place. Like there's no other track on the series that we might run a sand tire, but sometimes here it's like I'm not real sure. So it's definitely different. Yeah, for sure. It's just a unique challenge for me to try to figure it out. I'm not obviously not winning, but I want to be. So it's fun to, I guess try to figure out as much as I can about it and try new things and with training, with riding, with preparation. It's fun to do that stuff, and then when it pays off, it's really cool. When it doesn't, and you go, man, I might be doing the wrong thing. It's just learning, but that's fun for me.
Glad to hear it's fun for him, and hopefully everything's going to be all right for Ryan Sipes. Again, not heard anything other than that he is down, went down, and has yet to check in yet. So those are two bad newses that we're getting there, but at the same time, hopefully a lot of precautionary measures or maybe some mechanical issues is keeping him from finishing the lap. But Russell, DUVALL, BAYLOR, BACH, your top four. Ricky Russell dropping back to 50, was only 13 seconds behind Chris BACH. We had seen him fade away just a little bit as the race has worn on, but again, we've got to commend the young man out of Washington on a phenomenal ride today and a phenomenal race as he led for some time. And now that he's had the opportunity to lead, you almost have to think and believe that he knows he's capable of doing that. We will probably see him do that more in the future. Josh Toth continues to lead the XC2 250 Pro class. He is 6th place overall with Craig DeLong behind him about 5 seconds. So first and second right now in the XC1 class, about 4 to 5 seconds separating them. First and second in the XC2 class, 4 to 5 seconds separating them. Now what about the XC3? We got Jack Edmondson out front in that one, and lo and behold, a minute. Wait a minute. Am I reading that right? Wow, a minute and 6-second lead. Cory Buttrick now making his way through the mud hole over there. Ohio's own, used to the mud and water, but obviously it's taken its toll on him today as well, as he runs 20th overall right now. And that would put him probably about 14th place in the XC1 class, maybe 13th. But wow. Great day here in Florida. Things definitely taking a changeabout, a turnabout as to what we were expecting. I know coming into the weekend, we kept getting a lot of reports that rain showers would prevail on Saturday and Sunday. And as we got closer and through the weekend, it kept saying and pushing it back farther and farther. And the grand scheme of things, not a lot of rain fell, but enough rain in the early beginning of this race that it had certainly changed the face of the day and quite possibly in the entire outcome of this race here at the Wild Boar GNCC. Whoa, we are now pushing it. We're getting radio reports that Thad is now from 4 seconds.
I got one of the spectators coming up to me, and they don't know the exact.
Well, it sounds like that there's only 1 second that is separating first and second place position between Thad DUVALL and KAILUB Russell now. So talk about an interesting point to ponder on this one. Can Thad DUVALL push KAILUB Russell into a mistake here late in the race? Chances of that probably pretty slim at this point, but at the same time, if it's going to be done, he's got to get it done here in the next couple of miles of racing, as we are now, according to timing and scoring, less than 8 minutes away from a checker flag. Will we have two different winners in the first 2 rounds of GNCC racing, and will one of those 2 new winners not be KAILUB Russell? 2 different winners, I should say. But we'll just have to wait and see, and that will be the biggest surprise of all. We will obviously have 2 different winners, but will it be KAILUB Russell? Will it be Thad DUVALL? That, my friends, still up in the air as we wait right now, approaching the 6-minute mark here in this race. That puts us about 2 miles or so from the finish line. We listen here to the radio to try to catch up with some of these radio updates that they're going to be sending in here in a few moments. But wow, folks, you chose a great race to tune into, to watch excitement at the end. You also, if you came, you chose a great race to come and watch. So we got track crew positioning themselves now in the 11 to 13 mile. And we've got them at checkpoint 3, so we should be getting some updates coming in pretty soon. Hey guys, this is Rodney. I'm monitoring the radar on the radio on RacerTV, so we're going to get every update you guys throw at us. Giving the track crew a heads up of what's going on here on the RacerTV end of things, as we are at the mercy of those reports right now, folks. I know we got a lot of things going on throughout our entire field, but at this particular point, with the battle that's going on for first and second, the battle that's heating up for third and fourth right now, and whether or not Stu Baylor is going to make it into that podium position after all that, this is a lot of things that a lot of folks are.
Checkpoint 3.
10-4 is still number 1 out front.
10-4, number 1's out front.
All right, so we're back to a 4-second gap now here between first and second. This is out at checkpoint 3, and that is one of the farthest.
That's the 11.5 mile mark, Rodney. 11.5.
10-4 Hollywood. So again, as if you didn't hear, the 11.5 mile marker. And we're pushing close to, I believe, close to a 13-mile racetrack, if I'm understanding the crew right today. So with that, we're about 1.5 miles out, and that certainly fits the bill. We're 5 minutes away, 5 minutes away from what we expect to be checker flags out here at the finish line. So again, we wait there at the 1,000-acre woods with bated breath. Johnny Gallagher making his return. Johnny, what did you see on your little trek out, brother?
You know, it was,
hang
there was
on
a
just a second. Yeah, bring us that update on the XC2.
Josh Toth, 206 in the lead. 9 seconds back is Craig DeLong, number 9.
10-4, thank you, Hollywood. Well, that one's opened up a little bit, but Johnny, sorry to jump in there on you.
Yeah, you know, it was there was a lot of action going on. I was just out just before the 7-mile marker, and KAILUB Russell came through hot on his heels. Obviously, was Thad DUVALL. Those guys are just glued together. You couldn't have slipped a piece of paper between them, but they were coming thick into lappers. So you got to wonder, you know, obviously how that's going to play in. Then the battle over that final podium spot between Stu Baylor and Chris Bach was tight as well. Looked like it was about 6 seconds was the gap there. And then Ricky Russell lurking just behind them, and his crew was going crazy, telling him, you want a podium, it's right there. So you got 3 guys throwing their hat in. You know, Stu Baylor obviously wanted to come back and grab that podium to back up his win from last weekend. Chris Bach looking to get the train on the tracks this year and start grabbing some podiums. And Ricky Russell says, man, I led so much of this thing. Sure would be nice to be able to thank my sponsors on the podium. So they all want it, but only one of the 3 of them is going to be able to get it. So that's definitely one to watch. And then again, like Hollywood just said, that XC2 battle, they came through. Josh Toth was able to open that up just a little bit because we saw him on VP Fuels Pro Row, and Craig DeLong was glued to his rear wheel. Well, there was about a 6 or 7 second gap. Sounds like now a 9 second gap back to the number 9 of Craig DeLong. So that's certainly not decided yet. We've still got lappers. We've still got a lot of treacherous terrain in front of these guys. But this thing is far from decided at this point, Rodney.
Well, right now we continue to wait for these updates. I believe we're going to be thin on updates, but we are certainly heavy on bated breath right now. 3 minutes out. We're about 1 mile out from the finish line in accordance to average speeds out there, I believe, but they might be a little further out, moving a lot faster than that a customary time frame that we normally talk about being 3 minutes a mile. But about 3 minutes a mile is what you can normally expect.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about the throttle cables of Thad DUVALL and Caleb Russell because they are stretching those things right to the limit. There was a lot of rev limiter and a lot of stretching throttle cables happening, and those guys did not have any intentions whatsoever of letting up. There was, they were just pointing the front tire in the general direction where the track led, and they were not at all concerned about what the rear end was doing. The way they look at it is it's got to follow. It'll fit between the trees somehow. Those guys were hard on the gas.
It amazes me how much, they are just so in tune. It's like they're so fluid on their motorcycles and the way they ride those machines that, like you say, the back end can be swapping out, going all over the place, but they just stay pointed straight, and the bike just seems to follow right along with them. But right now, less than 3 minutes. We are approaching that 2-minute mark. 2 minutes now before we see a checker flag here in Palatka, Florida, the Sunshine State. Not so much sunshiny this afternoon, but certainly producing a very exciting GNCC round number 2 here in 2017. The stage was set for a good one coming in, and friends, let me tell you, it has been everything and more than we expected here in Florida for this second round of racing. Stu Baylor starting behind the 8-ball earlier today. Caleb Russell, Thad DUVALL, and the boys battling it out behind Ricky Russell before they were able to finally get out in front of them. DUVALL tracked down and got caught back up to Russell. They've been battling back and forth for first place. Stu Baylor, in the meantime, worked from 8th up to 7th up to 6th. We saw that timing and scoring, if it kept going the way he should be in 5th, he took over the 5th place position, was quickly on 4th place, took over that. And then an incident by Ryan Sipes. There goes by right now. Looks like a leg injury, a knee injury. They just hauled Ryan off the racetrack right in front of us here at the TV studio. He's okay, but a knee injury or leg injury at that particular point. That gave Stu Baylor the 3rd place position. That has now set the scenario of Baylor battling in that number 3 spot. He's 3 minutes behind Thad DUVALL. But what he's got to worry about, Chris Bach and Ricky Russell on the remount and the re-challenge there here in these closing moments.
And there we see that's something we never like to see, Rodney. Any of our riders injured, but you can tell Ryan Sipes is okay in terms of, his physical well-being. But obviously his body is badly battered and bruised, and, we'll get an update on him as soon as we can. He's done for the race today, but obviously we're glad to see nothing more serious and wish him a speedy recovery and hope to see him back as soon as possible, doing what he does. And what he does, Caleb Russell, unless Thad DUVALL's in front of him, Caleb Russell wins races.
And there he is, yep.
They're following him through there. I do not see. There is the number 989 behind him. So right now, just 2 more little chicanes to go. And the number 1 FMF KTM of Caleb Russell gets the job done here today in Palatka, Florida with the win and the fist pump.
Let's do it like this, Johnny Galler. Caleb Russell does it here in round number 2 as he pulls off the big win under pressure from the 989 of Thad DUVALL, my friends. And that's how exciting that finish was. It seemed a little anticlimactic there for me, but I got to be honest with you. That right there was an exciting finish. DUVALL has got to be extremely pumped, ecstatic with the ride that he put forth today. I know he wanted to win, but with the way things went today, coming out on top or near the top like this, it's got to be a win for nearly anybody out there today.
Absolutely, and what a comeback after a rough round of racing just a week ago. Thad DUVALL not able to showcase all of his preparation, all of his anticipation, all of his hopes, all of his dreams. He didn't get an opportunity. Well, today he got that opportunity, and he took Caleb Russell to the wire. Couldn't have come any closer. Definitely an exciting finish. I think, when you look at it, this one was such a barn burner all day. I guess I was just hoping for that roughing and stuffing coming into the final corners. There was only maybe 2-3 bike lengths between them, but it just didn't. It was such a good race all day. I guess I just wanted it to come right down to the last turn.
Well, I tell you what, roughing and stuffing is on the way, buddy, and I am expecting Caleb Russell, Thad DUVALL, Stu Baylor, Chris Bach, Ricky Russell, all those guys to be roughing and stuffing before it's all. And I expect to see other guys get up there in the mix of things. I'm looking for Josh Strang back into it before you know. Hopefully Ryan Sipes will be back into it, roughing and stuffing here pretty soon as well. We have got the stage set, Johnny. Probably one of the deepest fields we've had in some time that can really, we said this a lot, but you look, we're back down to about 7, 8 people that can actually take a win in this XC1 class.
Absolutely, Rodney. And the excitement's not over, folks. We're watching. Stay glued to these screens because we've still got our final podium spot. And I tell you what, to Stu Baylor and Chris Bach and Ricky Russell, like I said, this podium battle is just as good a win for these guys. Ricky Russell out front, led this thing early, showed he had the speed to get the job done. Some mid-race fumbles, dropped him outside the top 5, all the way back to 6th. Now he's in 5th, but he's within striking distance, the 3rd, that final podium spot. Stu Baylor, we know, was all the way back at one point in 13th. He started off the race in 9th, faded back to 13th, possibly due to some issues. We'll get a chance to talk to him after this one's over, but he's fought his way. He's clawed his way, one position at a time. Like you said, he was 8th, he was 7th, he was 6th. Next thing we knew, he was 4th. Obviously, unfortunately, with Sipes having a little bit of an issue, that moved Baylor up to 3rd. But then here comes Chris Bach, who was up running in a top 5 early, faded back, fell out of the top 5. Now he wanted a shot at that podium spot. So these guys are still a couple minutes out yet, but keep glued to that screen because any minute now they could be coming around the corner, and this could be the battle for that podium spot. Could it be the number 514 of Stu Baylor that gets the job done and backing up that win from just a week ago? Could it be the 984 of Chris Bach? Could it be the 212 of Ricky Russell? Any one of those three could come charging around this corner here any moment.
And we wait again with bated breath. I think the indication of the crowd will probably tell us when these guys are rolling in down through there right now. And you can see that they are waiting and watching to see what's going to be happening. Everybody wants to see what's going on with Stu Baylor, Chris Bach, and Ricky Russell right now.
And once we've decided the final podium spot, we've still got our XC2 podium. Those guys still got to come battle in. So we got all these battles, Rodney. We need a nap to get ready for these finishes we still have to settle. We've still got our XC3 battle between Jason Thomas and Jack Edmondson. These guys are just throwing down all over the course. There's battles happening all over this Hogwaller facility, and boy, what a Hogwaller of a day it's been indeed. It's been a dandy of a battle all day long. We've got our top 2 riders overall and XC1 in. That was KAILUB Russell taking the win, the 989 FMF Factory Rockstar Husqvarna of Thad DUVALL in 2nd, and we'll wait and we'll watch for that 3rd place ride. Again, who's it going to be, Rodney? Call it right now. Don't look at the screen. Who's it going to be?
I'm going to say it's going to be Stu Baylor.
He's going with Stu Baylor. I'm going with the 984 Chris Bach. I think he's going to get the job done. Nothing against Stu. I like both those guys, but Chris Bach, I think, really needs to pull this one out today to bolster the confidence a little bit. But we're going to find out here sooner than later, possibly before I stop talking, but you just never know.
And you're right. And honestly, to be honest with you, with a ride like today, even if Chris Bach doesn't hit the podium, this is going to be a ride that's going to get him back into the flow of things. And this was the kind of ride that he was needing to look for today. This was exactly what he needed to happen here today, was to bring that kind of energy here to the 2nd round of racing, to get that momentum going, to get looking positive toward Georgia. And here he comes. That is the 514 of Stu Baylor. And here he rolls through the final chicanes now on his way to a very, very, what I would call possibly historic 3rd place finish. We'll know more at the end of 13 rounds of racing what this particular push today could mean toward a championship. But like we say, bad days win championships, and this was a bad day, but he turned it around. Stu Baylor, ladies and gentlemen, first a week ago, he takes 3rd today after a long, hard push. What an amazing feat by that young man from South Carolina. And any of the doubters, Johnny Gallagher, it was 5 minutes exactly, 5 minutes, 0.625 seconds. But any of the doubters that said Stu Baylor's never going to back it up, he's going to go to Florida, the wrists are going to fall apart, they just ate crow right there.
Absolutely, and I don't think anything today, there was no weakness in Stu Baylor's program other than possibly a bad start and a rough first lap, and that's racing, folks. You know, he wasn't in the position where he needed to be to get with the leaders on that first lap, and he put himself in a hole that he's had to climb out of all day long. Now we see it looks like there is Ricky Russell, so I don't know if Chris Bach checked in or not. Looks like Ricky Russell, feet off the pegs.
Bach was 25 seconds behind Stu Baylor there. He took 4th place.
Okay, so Bach in that 4th place ride. Here comes Ricky Russell. Certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Led a lot of this thing, led a few laps, actually had the lead wrestled away and fought back for it. The 212 Ampro Yamaha, Ricky Russell comes across the line in 5th. Solid top 5 ride at round 2 of the series. A good jumping off point for him after a heck of a day of racing.
That's it, man. Congratulations to Ricky Russell as well. KAILUB Russell, Thad DUVALL, Stu Baylor will be our podium. Chris Bach 4th, Ricky Russell in 5th, and a lot of great talent was displayed here today. Folks, if you were here witnessing this, if you watched it on TV and kept up with it, you saw a great display of athleticism by a lot of different individuals in a lot of the classes, not just our XC1 Pro class, but like you said, Johnny, we got things to look forward to as far as our XC2 Pro 250 class is coming up here. And as far as our leaders, they're due in another minute and 25 seconds. So we're going to get a chance to see. There were 5 seconds that separated those two whenever they came through the finish line. The last check we got, they were still nose to tail. And then I think it was the very last report we got, a little bit more separated, but we still had about 4 miles to go before we got to the finish line. That could all turn back around.
Yeah, we saw them. They were a few seconds apart at the finish line. Then they were nose to tail in the pro pits. They were 7 seconds at one point and 9 seconds at another with the updates we've gotten. So we'll hope that we get a shot of them coming in at the finish here. They should be coming inside of a minute. So if we can get that on screen, we'll hope to see that battle coming in, and we'll hope that that's a wheel-to-wheel, bar-banging, elbow-throwing.
Well, unfortunately, we won't see the actual finish. Our camera at the finish line doing double duty here today, so they're actually getting set up for the podium. But what we will do, Johnny, is wait right here with the timing and scoring. We'll be able to tell for sure whenever the laps check in. We're about 30 seconds out from expecting to see the 206 or the number 9 check in with the 6th and final lap of racing complete. We're at the 3 hour and 6 minute mark now as far as the race is concerned. I'm wondering exactly how long did KAILUB Russell and the guys race there a few moments ago. Let's check in with that real quick. 2 hours, 57 minutes, 39 seconds. That was pretty close to a 3 hour race. And
can't get much closer than that.
Not much closer than that. So now Toth a little bit late according to timing and scoring here. It says 7 seconds. So we wait to see whether or not he's going to check in just a little late. And there he checks in 6 laps down. Josh Toth takes the win in the XC2 Pro 50 class.
8 seconds behind Craig DeLong. So they kept that one close all the way to the finish. So heck of a ride. Hats off to those two. We'll wait and we'll watch for Lane Michael. Looks like he was about 2 minutes and 44 seconds. Wow, what a gap those two leaders opened up there towards the end of that one. Just 2 laps to go. That was a nose-to-tail 3-way battle for the lead.
Yep, and I'm not sure if we're ready to take a break here real quick and come back with that finish or not. But we'll stick around here, I guess, for a few more minutes and know what's going on. But we'll figure that out. We'll also be watching for that XC3. Let's go down and reset the stage for that one for you. Sounds like you got a microphone dying down there, Mikey. Jack Edmondson leading 1 minute and 6 seconds. And Jason Thomas was second place position. And we're watching and waiting right now as the final moments of this race. So right now, FMF XC3 125 Pro-Am class, Jack Edmondson, Jason Thomas, Paul Whibley were our top 3. There was a minute between first and second, a minute between second and third, and 13 minutes back to Mark Horesco in 4th place, Dustin Gibson in the number 5 position. Again, we are resetting the stage, so to speak, with our cameras in today's racing coverage. And we're moving our finish line camera to the podium for those podium presentations coming up here in just a moment. And I am going to take a quick break here for just a second, and we may take a quick break as well and be back with more. And, of course, right now we are gearing up towards podiums. Head on down if you're here at the racetrack with us. Stick around if you're not. I'm sure the story that Stu Baylor has got to tell is going to be one for the ages, my friends. It's always been a great time seeing him on the podium when he was a kid. Through the XC2, he always had the great stories, and here today, you know it's going to be a great one. We'll be back with more and our presentations of the podium and celebrations coming up right after this.
We handle your races, your jumps, and your trails. Isn't it time you give your daily driver the same love AMSOIL's Signature Series synthetic motor oil delivers 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard. AMSOIL also offers a full family of ATV, UTV lubricants, giving you above and beyond fortification for your weekday and weekend vehicles. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Here he is, Walker Fowler, Grand National Cross Country XC1 Pro Class Champion.
At Rocky Mountain ATVMC, we want to help increase rider participation at your next race, rally, or club event with our free Race Gas program. Join Race Gas, and every rider that signs up for your event or club gets a free $10 gift card to Rocky Mountain ATVMC. It's that simple. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
And welcome back to GNCC Live here on RacerTV.com. Rodney Tomlin along with, of course, Johnny Gallagher and also Mikey Waynes making the call there today. We welcome Tyler Shepardson as well. So a great mix of voices here today and insight as far as this second round of GNCC racing in Florida and the second round of 2017. Of course, one of the one-off events here in the sands of Florida. A little different. A whole different beast, and it has certainly shown itself to be just exactly that, especially for some riders out there. Again, tough break there for Ryan Sipes, who there on the final lap had some sort of miscue. We saw him get hauled out of here just a few moments ago with what looked to be a leg injury that presented Stu Baylor with the opportunity to take over third without the challenge that he was working into. He had moved himself up from an 8th place position in the early part of the race up all the way to 4th place and was closing in on third when it all of a sudden became his. And, of course, he carried it all the way home to salvage a big, big day. It will take that points lead away from him, but at the same time, Stu Baylor is the top contender right now in 2017 as far as the AMSOIL GNCC Racing Championship is concerned. So, man, you don't know if you would have thought that coming in, but right now you know that is the case. And Thad DUVALL, after last week's DNF, not able to finish the race, he comes in a little bit behind as far as the points are concerned, but still, obviously, he is going to be a force to be reckoned with here in 2017. Stu said coming into the season that the two to beat this year would be, of course, KAILUB Russell and Thad DUVALL. He kind of put himself there in that third place position along with a couple of other folks, but right now it's easy to see that Thad DUVALL is among the elite, and as is Stu Baylor among the elite, as is KAILUB Russell here for 2017. Don't count out Chris Bach. With what we saw out of Ricky Russell early in this race on the Infab Am Pro Yamaha, under the guidance and direction there of Randy Hawkins, we could see some big things out of the 212 out of Washington at some point this year as well. So we've got a lot to look forward to here in the GNCC Racing Nation as far as our XC1 class is concerned, even as far as our XC2 Pro 250 class is concerned. We saw a great battle shape up there, and we saw it all unfold right before our very eyes. Congratulations again on the competitors there. Josh Choate taking the win. Craig DeLong in second. Lane Michael did hold on. He was about 4 minutes and 14 seconds back in the number 3 spot. As we look back to our FMF XC3 class, the 125 Pro-Ams, we see right there that Jack Edmondson is due in about 2 minutes. He had a minute and 6 second lead over Jason Thomas, who had another minute over Paul Whibley, and they all had about 15 minutes over 4th place on back. So those top three will once again grace us and don the podium with their presence, it looks like, yet again, and maybe in the exact same order if we look at that again. So pretty impressive back-to-back weekends for those guys, and a lot of excitement and fun in watching this new class unfold and develop. We're launching the podium, Max's Victory Lane as we call it here, and of course we're waiting for the arrival of our top 3 overall competitors to make their way in right now, and a couple of little house cleaning projects being taken care of for those guys before they head up to the podium. But the crowd is gathered around. The riders are getting ready to make their way onto the podium right now. Johnny Gallagher down there, Mikey Wayne's down there. They're trying to direct and get these guys in position, and you can see that it's turned into an overcast, windy day here today in Florida, and the face of the beginning of Bike Week has changed quite a bit. If you were here with us yesterday under the sunshiny skies and the temperatures in the lower 80s yesterday, it was virtually perfect. And then today, some rain showers, some overcast skies. Not a bad day yet, but the temperatures are dropping a little bit. It's a little bit cooler than yesterday, and it's actually a little cooler now than it was earlier this morning. So what a grueling day, and I think this is kind of letting us know what the rest of GNCC is going to be like. It's going to be one of those years where riders are going to have to be prepared for just about anything, I believe. And as we know, traditionally in GNCC, that is the case. But oftentimes, we need a stark reminder. And this little bit of rain here today might be the reminder that these two-wheel guys were looking for as far as shaking them up and opening their eyes up to the adversities that they're going to have to face with weather and things possibly here in 2017. I want to say thanks to the many fine sponsors that help bring GNCC Racing on board. Of course, our friends at AMSOIL, our title sponsor, and Maxxis Tires, motorcycle, ATV, UTV tires. AMSOIL, our title sponsor, presenting sponsor, Maxxis. Really great union and marriage that we've got with that sponsorship. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Hey, folks, those of you at home, if you're planning on attending a GNCC in the future, check out GNCCRacing.com and go to the pre-registration tab. There you'll be able to find the fast track to rider registration courtesy of RockyMountainATVMC.com. And when you register online, you will actually receive $20 in Rocky Mountain ATVMC cash. It's just like regular dollars you spend right there on the RockyMountainATVMC.com website, and it helps aid in your racing. So basically, everybody that pre-registered, you're basically sponsored by the good friends at Rocky Mountain ATVMC. Put your hands together, Florida, as our top 3 make their way to the podium. In that third place position, the 514 of Stu Baylor. In the center of the box, the number 1, your defending champion, KAILUB Russell. And to the podium for the first time in 2017, the 989 in second place today, Bad Thad DUVALL. Let's head on down to the podium as we got podium presentations and celebrations to get underway. Guys?
Well, thank you very, very much, Rodney Tomlin. Race fans, can we give it up one more time for our top 3 finishers today? That's what I'm talking about. I'm going to squeak on over here as we're handing out some hardware. We get that one for KAILUB Russell as well. Get some help from our race fans. Let's grab this right here. That's yours, brother. All right, we got hardwared up here. Man, Stu Baylor coming off the big win, and you worked your tail off today, man. I'm going to let you tell the story.
Man, it was an awful day. I don't even know how I got on the podium. It was horrible. It went from bad to worse, and then when I thought I couldn't get any worse, it just kept getting worse. You know, I looked back at one point, and there's nobody behind me. That's never a good sign. So the first lap with the dust and the rain coming down, my goggles, I couldn't keep them on, and trying to come through the pack, I kept going down. I stayed on the ground. I mean, I was crashing 4 or 5 times a lap, and it was just there was nothing flawless about the day. So, you know, luckily I had a good crew behind me to keep me going, because that was about all that kept me up here.
Well, man, heck of a job. We can't say enough good things about you. You think the pit bike race helped last night? Not last night, Friday night?
Of course. I got an advantage in the terrain.
All right, I like it, man. Well, hey, we love seeing you up here. Good work out there. Third place finish. Who are your sponsors and folks that help make it happen for you?
SRT, KTM, IMS, Fast Company, FMF, Motul, Evans, Coolant, Kenda Tires, Coppersmith, Suspension, Liat, CD, Shoei, HBD Moto Graphics, my girlfriend, my family, my mechanic, my trainer, everybody in my corner, everybody, all the fans out there keeping me going on the good lines, and God for keeping me safe.
All right, race fans, give it up for third place finisher today, hardworking Stu Baylor. All right, up next, race fans, can we hear it for Thad DUVALL, second place? Thad, man, good job out there. You guys were battling. I mean, it was you giving it everything you got trying to catch up. Man, talk about it.
Yeah, it was a good race. You know, hopefully put on a good race for the fans all the way to the finish. And man, he's a champ for a reason. He was hard to pass the last lap and just couldn't get it done. And a little disappointed in myself. I felt like I had a lot in me, and I don't know. I got in the lead and I kind of checked out a little bit, and then he ran me right back down. And I don't know. I just didn't feel comfortable that lap, and I waved him by. I'm like, let's go. And he pulled me around the rest of the race, and I just I think both of us were right on the edge. We were making so many mistakes and flying off into the bushes and everything else. And man, it was a cool race for sure.
Well, great job, man. Sponsors and people that helped make it happen for you.
Yeah, Rockstar Energy Husqvarna picked me up this year for a factory ride, and it's been awesome. Fly Racing, 60 helmets, FMF, Pro Taper, Dunlop tires, Leon and Rookie at WP. We've been testing a lot to get suspension good. Tanner, my mechanic, I ran him through the ringer the very first race we've been together last weekend, and Tammy, my mom and dad, my wife. Just everybody out there today, it was cool. I felt like I was at home with all the fans cheering me on, and it was pretty cool. Me and Caleb would come through everywhere, and the fans would go crazy. And it was definitely a cool day. And when the rain hit, the Scott goggles kept me going, and we're building, and hopefully we'll get the win next weekend.
Great work, man. Race fans, Thad DUVALL. All right. You guys know this guy? You know who this is? This is Caleb Russell. So first things first, man. We got the whole shot award here. Oh, I may be going out of order. You want to do whole shot first? Let's throw that whole shot up. All right, throw that up. There we go. All Balls Racing whole shot award. My goodness, see, that's my fault. That's not a bad problem to have, though, a handful of hardware. Man, talk to us. You had to work your tail off for this one. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, like you said, I got the whole shot on smallest bike on the front row, too, so I can't complain. But it was a tough day. I was kind of kicking myself in the butt for not throwing roll-offs on straight in the beginning. I seen the clouds coming, and I was being optimistic, I guess. But we got the first lap, and it started pouring. I just pulling tear-offs left and right, going through my goggles, and we got into the bike-only section and went the wrong way. I couldn't really see. I had mud on my goggles and water, and fell over, made a couple mistakes, and got passed by a few guys. And then it was just kind of playing catch-up because my goggles, I got a new pair of goggles. I stopped the first 3 laps for goggles, so yeah, you just can't be doing that if you want to have a low-key race. But it was a good day. It was really rough. It was tough, and yeah, Thad was riding really good, which I was kind of expecting that from him. But yeah, we battled all the way down to the end, and yeah, it's nice to get another win. And man, it was a really tough day. It was I'm kind of glad it rained. It kind of helped keep the track intact and made for some good traction.
Great work out there, man. Good to see you up here again. Caleb, sponsors and people you want to thank today.
Yeah, I got to thank the whole FMF KTM team, my wife, my mechanic Tanner, everybody underneath the team, the motor guy, suspension guy, Rookie. They all do a great job. And Dunlop tires, Macherbys, Henson, and TLD, just everybody. Thank you so much.
All right, race fans, everyone give it up for #1 finisher today, Caleb Russell.
Well, there you have it, folks. Put your hands together one more time as our top 3 overall, our celebrating here, and rightfully so. What a great day to celebrate, and a great day for Stu Baylor salvaging that one out. Great day for Caleb Russell getting back to his winning ways, and a great day for Thad DUVALL as he was able to put the pressure on. And here we come to the point in the program where we all know and love. To the victor goes the spoils in GNCC racing, and the spoils are this, my friends, the sweet, sweet spray of champagne.
That's as good as it gets.
So there they go. More of the sprays are going. And that, my friends, will conclude our XC1 podium when we'll set the stage for the XC2 coming up here momentarily. And again, what another epic day of racing we were faced with there for the 250 Pro class in this XC2 division. Josh Toth with his hands full right from the get-go of this one, I believe, earlier in the day. Had to work his way up. I remember seeing him as far back as 4th place there after that first lap of racing. And, man, what a big day there. Lane Michael actually leading at one point, falls off to the 3rd place position by the day's end. But another spectacular effort put forth by a lot of these riders. Jesse Grom also making waves and making a name for himself. The beta rider, the fill-in rider on the 285, riding Nick Davis's bike today. Is filling in from the National Enduros, of course, Drew Higgins out of Keller, Texas. He took a 5th place position, and talking with him this morning, that was one thing that he was hoping to be able to achieve. Michael Witkowski, a 6th place, Zach Hayes in 7th, Benjamin Kelly in 8th, 9th is Austin Lee, and 10th place Jasper Borgeson, and that's your top 10 in the XC2 250 Pro. We'll be back with that podium and more when GNCC Live continues.
Wiseco Performance Products is your one-stop solution for racing. They've got the products to keep you at the front of the pack. From their well-known high-performance pistons to industry-leading clutch baskets with a lifetime guarantee. Wiseco Performance Products is your one-stop solution for racing. They've got the products to keep you at the front of the pack. From their well-known high-performance pistons to industry-leading clutch baskets with a lifetime guarantee, they've got you covered. For performance you can count on, remember Wiseco. One name, one solution.
You smell it, you feel it, you can taste it in the air. Speed, man. Full wide open. Blast. I didn't really like high school too much. Too booky, too take notes, learn this, and that's it. Yeah, WildTech, they had full-size motorcycles. The feeling of taking them apart every day, putting them back together. You can't explain it. Everything I learned applies to now. Seeing your motorcycle that you put together right around the track at 180 miles an hour, oh, definitely rewarding. My name's Mike. My school's WildTech.
Get on the fast track to a career. Turn pro at WildTech.
Well, here we are back on the podium now, and Josh Toth has made his way to the center of the box along with Craig DeLong in 2nd, Lane Michael in 3rd, and our own Mikey Wayne standing by.
Thank you, Rodney. We are up here with our XC2 class race fans. Give it up for the top 3 out of XC2. All right, first up here, we're going to talk with 3rd place rider here. Make sure you got your hardware for you. So for 3rd place rider here, Lane Michael. Lane, talk to me, man. 3rd place finish today. Feel pretty good about how the race went?
Yeah, it was all right. I got off to a good start. There was some guys banging around on the start that definitely probably shouldn't have kind of been up there. They caused a couple scary moments, but we were able to escape the chaos, and we kind of got settled in there and kind of rode behind Jesse first couple laps, and then Josh caught me, and then kind of just tried to ride behind him for a little bit, and then had a little crash, and I don't know, just didn't feel the best today. The track was super gnarly, and but it was good. I mean, to come out, on the podium first 2 rounds, I've never really been able to conquer this race. I've kind of always been, it didn't finish or, was probably outside of the top 10. So the podium the first 2 races is good, and, we got a 2-week break now, so I can recover a little more, and definitely looking forward to getting back to some dirt.
Well, man, you're working your tail off, and I know you got some sponsors out there and people that help make it happen for you. Who are those folks?
Yeah, definitely got to thank Coastal Racing, Husqvarna, Answer, Bell, Scott Goggles, Factory Connection, IMS, Maxxis Tires, just everyone that, supports the team. My dad working on my bike, my girlfriend, my mom, and just everyone that was out there supporting, everyone that's part of the Coastal crew. You know, I really appreciate it.
All right, race fans, everybody give it up for third place finisher Lane Michael. I'm going to make sure you got your hardware, too. All right, race fans, can we hear it for Craig DeLong, second place finisher? Craig, talk to me, man. Kind of same question. I mean, you guys, top to bottom, heck of a race. Every single class seemed to be amazing. Tell me about your ride today and getting into second.
It wasn't easy, that's for sure. I got a decent start and found myself had to work through the pack a little bit to catch Josh and Lane, and got up in the top 3 after the first lap. And with the rain, I trashed my goggles and had to come in and get some new ones. And I was up to third. Now I think I dropped back to 6th or something, and then fall back up and caught up with Josh and Lane next lap. And they had to pit that next lap, and I pit the first lap, so I was kind of in the lead there, and I just couldn't get going. And then Josh ended up catching me, and we rode together the whole race basically after that. And he got in front of me, and I just couldn't close it up. I could close it, and then he'd pull me, and then I'd catch it back up, and it was just back and forth. And it was really good racing all day, and just couldn't do it. Yeah.
Is what it is, man. Well, you're up here on the podium, still at an early point in the season. Who are your sponsors and people you want to thank today?
I got to thank the whole Coastal team, everyone there out pointing lines, and everyone that helps out. Definitely the Hawk family, Barry, and the Cogger family. Michael Handlebars, Garnet Boots, FMF, 100% Goggles, Twin Air, DP Brakes, Husqvarna, Max's Tires, IMS, Bel-Ray Oils, the program, Dominic from the program, Answer Gear, Hinson, C Concepts, Evans, High Bike, Factory Connection, Atrubies, TM Design, and all my friends and family from back home.
All right, there you go, race fans. Everybody give it up for second place finisher Craig DeLong. You don't have your hardware. Here we go. How you like them apples? That feel pretty good? All right, hey, race fans, give it up for your first place finisher here, Josh Toth. Josh, did that sound good to you, man?
Absolutely. Better every time.
Better every time. I like that. Is that a prediction for next round?
I hope so.
All right, man. Hey, let's get to racing. Talk to me. How are you able to get in front of this pack today and maintain that lead and take home the win?
It wasn't going my way from the beginning, but worked my way through the pack, and it started pouring out, which I didn't really expect. I'm a pretty good mud rider, so it benefited me, and I just cut through the pack, and these guys pitted pretty early, and I was able to get around them and stay in front of them.
Well, great work, man. Like you say, you're going to try and do this again next round in Georgia?
Yeah, absolutely. These first 2 rounds are probably the farthest thing from my comfort zone, so get these out of the way. All the others are better suiting for me.
Well, good work, man. Who are your sponsors and people you want to thank today?
I got to thank all my friends and family coming out. My buddy Mikey D, who wanted to shout out last time. Sorry I missed him. NFAB, Ampro Yamaha, Evans, C Concepts, Kenda, FMF, Steve Hatch, and Paul Wibley for getting me into shape and making these 3 hours a lot easier than they were last year. And just all my friends and family for coming out. Thank you.
All right, there you go, race fans. Everybody give it up for Josh Toth.
Well, that's going to wrap up the podium for these guys as they too, Josh will grab his bottle of champagne and begin his celebrations here in just a moment. And congratulations to him. I'm not sure we'll have a whole shot award, I believe, to give away here in just a moment as well. We'll throw it back down to Mikey to do that. But right now, folks, put your hands together for our top 3 overall. Lane Michael in third, Craig DeLong. Second place is Craig DeLong, and your winner, Josh Toth. That, again, top 3 in the XC2, not overall, as I'd mentioned. But what an amazing feat for these riders once again. As, again, to the victor goes the spoils, and there it is, the sweet, sweet spray of champagne. Folks, we're going to reset the podium. We'll be back with a whole shot award winner, I believe, from the XC2, plus the XC3 top 3, and more when GNCC continues.
We handle your races, your jumps, and your trails. Isn't it time you give your daily driver the same love? AMSOIL Signature Series Synthetic Motor Oil delivers 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard. AMSOIL also offers a full family of dirt bike lubricants, giving you above and beyond fortification for your weekday and weekend vehicles. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Here at Rocky Mountain ATVMC, we go beyond selling parts, apparel, and accessories. We take pride in supporting the sport. We're proud to sponsor GNCC Racing and the KR4 team. It's just one more way to show our dedication for the fans and riders of this great sport. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
And welcome back to GNCC Live as we move back down to Max's Victory Lane, where we head down with Mikey Waynes once again, and this time to present a $100 Hot Cams Whole Shot Award to our XC2 Whole Shot Award winner.
Well, thank you, Rodney. Again, here we've got our Hot Cams $100 Whole Shot Award winner. That is Drew Higgins. Give it up for Drew Higgins. Drew, talk to us a little bit, man. You got the whole shot today. Obviously didn't quite go like you expected or wanted, but talk to us a little bit about the race in action.
It was a good race. I got to thank Beta USA for letting me come out and ride this race and fill in for Nick Davis. Just kind of a one-off deal to see how you do, and ended up nailing the whole shot and was pumped on that and just tried to stay with the front runners. But they had a little bit more speed than me, which I need to work on that, but it was good that my fitness felt good for 3 hours, and I was pumped on that.
Well, good work, man. I know you got some sponsors you'd like to mention.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the whole Beta team and FMF, Motul, Kenda, Enduro Engineering, Moose, and X-Ring Goggles, and everybody else. I mean, Zach for giving me a shot, and Rodney Smith for helping me out.
There you go. Some big names in there. Race fans, give it up for Drew Higgins with the Hot Cams Whole Shot.
All righty, we're going to reset the podium again. We'll bring up those XC3 riders. In the meantime, give you a couple of bits of information, tidbits, if you will. KAILUB Russell, today's win, just posted him his 41st career GNCC win. That now puts him just 5 away from the all-time wins record of Scott Summers at 46. So Scott Summers is 46. KAILUB Russell now sits at 41 GNCC overall wins, and that's going to be exciting to watch and see if he can break that record here in 2017. Now setting the podium up for the FMF XC3 125 Pro-Am class, where we had another great day. Same 3 riders from just a week ago. Looking at Jack Edmondson, the GNCC's first European legacy, Paul Whibley, and also Jason Thomas going to be making their way up to the podium. There's Jason Thomas on now in 3rd place. There is the bike of the 118 of Jack Edmondson, a coastal racing rider here. And, of course, Paul Whibley, former GNCC champ, making his way up now as we head back down to the podium with Mikey Waynes.
Well, thank you, Rodney. Give these guys a couple more seconds here to get things set up as I hand out some hardware and some checks from this sponsored FMF X3 class. I'm going to make sure you guys... Now, I got to tell you, I'll be honest with you, these checks are awesome. They're very cool. Check out the way we got X. Whoops. How about you? You probably want that? Yeah. All right. Now, I will tell you, those don't work at the bank. I've tried. I'm sorry. But they work here at GNCC Racing. How about them apples? All right. And here you go, fellers. So I'm going to start things down here. First and foremost, I want our race fans to give it up for our top 3 riders out of the FMF X3 class. All right, so we're going to start things down here with Jason Thomas. Jason, man, I got to say, this is probably one of our favorite classes this season, and you're up here on the podium again. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, you know, I got a pretty good start, and I got out into the lead, and I was riding good, and I seemed to be gapping, and then Jack would catch me, I get away, catch me again, and that was fine. You know, I knew coming into the last 2 laps it was going to come down to fitness, and my wrist started hurting a little bit, but nothing major. And then he got around me, and I made a small mistake, and the shroud ripped off. I got caught under my leg, and it just cartwheeled me down the trail. So I rung my bell pretty good, and then I got going again. I couldn't see Whibley in the fields over here, and then I don't know, 2 miles before the finish, he was right there. So I made a little mistake and just fell over, barely fell over, and he got around me, and there was nowhere to get him back. So it was a good race. I lost some points to Jack. It's going to be tough to beat him for sure. This I wouldn't say this was necessarily his kind of track, but the kid rode good. He's got a lot of talent. So it's going to be a tough year. The championship's the most important thing, and being on the box and consistent points is what's going to get it. And we just have to figure out a way to get in front of him to get some extra points. So it's a good year.
Well, good work, man. In talking about the people who help you get there, sponsors and people you want to thank today.
Yeah, Palmer Motorsports, Todd Palmer for supplying the bike, Maxxis Tires, Stillwell Suspension, Pro-X, Wiseco, Mika Bars, Moto Seat, IMS, Moose Clothing, and Richard King for helping out. We're doing this as a team. We're not by no means doing it as like a professional team, but we're doing it against professional teams. So we're trying to keep it fun. So I appreciate them guys and all the guys for pointing the lines and the mud holes. Thanks a lot.
All right, there you go, race fans. Everybody give it up for third place finisher today, Jason Thomas. All right, as I make my way down here, that's going to be for you here in a little bit. Race fans, can you give it up here for Paul Whibley? So, Paul, talk to me, man. A second place finish out there this weekend. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, I got a good start and then kind of tightened up a little bit and wasn't really riding smooth. It wasn't really flowing, and it's hard to put some time on anybody when you're not riding smooth on 125. It really beats you up. So I struggled a little bit for the first half of the race, and then started loosening up. And after the last pit stop, kind of started making some time on Jason and keep getting pit boards from Bones here, and he's telling me I was gaining, and so it kind of gives you a bit more adrenaline, a bit of boost and confidence, and caught him, I could see him probably half a lap before the finish, and then was reeling him in, and then, it was hard to get past anyone because I was getting a 125 up on those whoops and getting some drive to pass anyone. It's really hard work, but no, I had a lot of fun. It was good. Come away with second today. I'm pretty happy with that. Jack's riding really good, so I have to do some work to beat him. He's riding really well, so but overall happy.
Well, very good, man. Who are your sponsors and people that you want to thank today?
I've got to thank the NFAB and Pro Yamaha team. Thanks to GYTR, Yamalube, Factory Connection, Kinder Tires, MSR Gear, Shoei Helmets, X-Brand Goggles, Carb Sport, EC3D, Tire Balls. There's a whole bunch. Thanks to Bones, thanks to April, thanks to Randy, thanks to Donnie for coming out today and supporting us. And yeah, this is great.
Oh, all right, race fans, everybody give it up for second place finisher Paul Whibley. All right, and race fans, your man who took the checkered flag today, Mr. Jack Edmondson. All right, Jack, give you your second there. Jack, talk to me, man. Like I was telling these guys, I think this is a race fans, one of our favorite classes coming into this season, and here you are on top. How's that feel?
It feels great. I'm having a hell of a lot of fun in this class, and it's just awesome.
Well, you're working your butt off there, man. Talk to us a little bit about how you're able to get out in front and win this thing.
Yeah, I definitely had to work my butt off for sure. Jason was riding really well, and I followed him for most of the race. I didn't really want to make a break too early, and I didn't know how much I'd have left in the tank. So towards the end, I kind of put the hammer down. He made a mistake, so I managed to get by him, and it sounds like he had a few problems, and the gap got bigger. So from then on, I kind of just cruised it back, but it was definitely tough. I didn't have much at the end.
Well, hey, man, still great work. You're up here top, the middle of the box. Man, who are your sponsors and people you want to thank today?
Firstly, I want to thank everyone in the mud holes and in the trees today for pointing me some good lines and make sure that 125 didn't sink. Everyone at Coastal Racing, KORY Resources, FMF, Maxxis, Answer Gear, Gurney Boots, Aero Helmets, Oakley Goggles, and just the whole team for doing a great job and providing me with everything I need.
All right, great work. Race fans, everybody give it up for first place finisher Jack Edmondson.
Well, folks, that's going to do it. That's going to wrap up the celebrations as our final celebrations. We still got top amateur. Sorry about that. One more podium, I guess, as we spray that champagne and get the taste of victory there for Jackie, as he is now a two-time winner here in GNCC racing, as we get our photos from Ken Hill and the folks there. And we are also getting ready to reset the podium here with our top amateur. I believe Johnny Gallagher may be along to award this position coming up here in just a moment. But, wow, folks, just glad you all have stuck around. Glad that you've chosen to be with us, whether you're here at the racetrack or... I know that now. Thank you. All right, we're going to throw back down to the podium here.
All right, folks, here we go. Your overall amateur podium today. Third place and third place in 250A, Alex Teagarden. Second place overall, second place in 250A, Cody Barnes. And your overall amateur winner in 250A class winner, Jesse Ansley. Let's put our hands together for him here one time, folks. Alex, we're going to start down you with here today. You know, tough outing for you just a week ago, actually, in South Carolina. Coming back with a vengeance today. I know you want to be in that middle spot, but certainly being up here is a step in the right direction for you. How'd the day go for you today?
It was a rough day. I got out to a decent start and then just had some setup issues where I didn't have the bike dialed in to where I needed to, and I had really, really bad arm pump. Rough first couple laps. Pulled over and made some adjustments, and everybody had really encouraging words for me and encouraged me to keep out there and keep my head down, and so I got it together and ended up riding pretty decent at the end of the day. So I'm just glad to be up here, and man, I can't thank everybody that's helped me out enough. I can't thank my dad enough. Coastal Racing, Husqvarna, getting me on this awesome machine. FMF, Bellray, Maxxis, and everybody. Steve Hatch Racing. Steve's got me in amazing shape to where I was able to ride as hard as I could at the end of the race, and to be able to do that is good. So I'm just happy that I was able to stay out there for 3 hours and ride as hard as I could even at the end of the race. So thanks.
Well, a rough day for you up here on the podium. I mean, that certainly says a lot about your program. You don't sound happy about it, but obviously to be up here, get a chance to thank your sponsors, and of all the hundreds of amateur riders out there today, to be one of the fastest three guys, that's quite an accomplishment and something to carry you into the next round.
Thanks, Johnny. Appreciate it.
All right, folks, one more time for Alex Teagarden. Third place in 250A, third place overall amateur. We work our way down here. Cody, last weekend, just 7 days ago, you got to stand right there in the middle. But this weekend, you're one spot further down. But still, this is 3 overall podiums for you in a row. Starting last year, at the end of the year at Ironman, you started that one off the right way. Came out swinging just a week ago in South Carolina. Today, it looked like you guys were up there and you were battling all day. Jesse got the better of you, but I'm sure there's a story that goes along with today's race for you.
Yeah, definitely. I can't take anything away from Jesse. I mean, he rode great, but I ended up going down, and people's bikes were on top of mine on the start, but I just tried to push all day, and luckily I moved up to second, and that's where I stayed. I was trying to catch Jesse, but he was riding awesome all day, and I can't take anything away from him.
Well, that's always good to see sportsmanship between you guys. Starting the day off on the ground isn't the way to start, but ending it up, there's only one place to be, and that's right here on the podium. You did that today. I'm sure you didn't do it alone. We'll give you a chance to thank the people that helped you get here.
Yeah, definitely my parents. I mean, without them, I wouldn't be up here. Rodney Smith, he helped tape up my hands. I had really bad blisters after South Carolina, so, I mean, without him, my hands would have been toast again today. Randy Conklin, my trainer, I mean, he's helped me out ungodly. FMF, Fly Racing, G2, Una Biker, Fortune Cycle, Vintage Mechanical, Race Tech, Max's, IMS, DP Brakes, and anyone else I forgot. I mean, I just can't thank everyone enough.
Well, he's a new face to GNCC Racing, and he's becoming a fixture on this overall podium. Let's hear it one more time for Cody Barnes in the second-place overall position. We work our way to the middle here, and this is a young man that is a Florida staple, has been for many years. I myself can remember going to one of my first FTR races and seeing this little kid bopping around on a 65, and there was a few local people that told me someday that kid's going to be winning GNCC races, and you know, we travel a lot, we go a lot of places, but this is one kid that may just someday live up to that bill. But for today, you didn't win the overall, but you did win the overall amateur, and that's a big step in the right direction. Jesse, I know this is something you've been wanting for a long time. You've been working hard to get here, and tell us a little bit about how the day went and how you finally got to stand up here on this podium.
Well, Johnny, yeah, it feels good. Just being overall amateur, it's freaking awesome, you know. And the day started off pretty good. I got a pretty decent start, like 4th or 5th, and kind of just trailed along and learned the track a little bit. It was ungodly rough out there, just trying to ride smooth. And I want to say I was like 4th to 2nd pretty much all day until like lap 3 or 4. And me and Cole Madison, we kind of hooked up together and we just started pushing, and we were just going at it. So we kind of kept our minds off of how brutally rough it was, and it was fun. And kind of just made the time go by faster, and I was catching guys in my class, so it helped. And I just kind of lost what I was going to say.
Well, you know, it was a long day, obviously, 3 hours. You guys were well over 3 hours actually out there. And as you explained it yourself, what we could see on camera, we could all see out there walking around, was an incredibly brutal course. Well, today, you might just be a boy, but you're a boy among men that got up here and stand in the middle of the podium. I know it's been a long time coming for you to stand up here in this middle spot, to stand up on this podium at all. Tell us a little bit about what it means to be up here and also the people that helped get you here.
Yeah, like I said before, it's awesome to stand up here. I mean, every amateur's dream is to be up here in the center, you know, and even if I would have got 2nd or 3rd, as long as I'm up on the podium, that's a good day. And these guys ride really great, and I'm honored that I can be up here in the center. And but yeah, it's my staple, like you said, and sand whoops is what I ride. And hopefully we can just keep the momentum and ride off of confidence in the next couple races, and just keep sitting up here, you know, even if we're 2nd or 3rd, you know, we're still up here gaining consistent points. But yeah, I couldn't do without my whole team, RPM, KTM, Max's team, TF Racing Suspension, my grandpa, my whole family, friends that's out here. And this is a local race, so everybody from the FTRs and stuff all around the track cheering me on and pointing us good lines in the mud holes and stuff. And IMS tanks, HPD graphics, climb gear, Just One helmets. I mean, I got a lot more, but I just totally forgot.
All right, and all the sponsors you forgot to thank today, you'll get an opportunity when you come up here again in 2 weeks in Georgia, right? Now that you're up here once, you got to make it a regular thing. Folks, let's hear it one more time for our top 3 overall amateurs. 3rd place, Alex Teagarden. 2nd place, Cody Barnes. And your overall amateur winner, Jesse Ansley. Come on, somebody's going to step up here and let themselves get sprayed. Go get somebody. There you go. You got Dad.